Chat, what's up? What's going on? I'm sorry, I know, bit of a late start to the stream this morning. I apologize. Moving slow this morning. How are you guys? Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Oh man. Thursday, February the 3rd. What is this, day 5 of Tyranny? Is that what we're getting into? Pushing right along, right? This is day 5, yeah. 6! Psych! This is day 6. I knew that. Thanks for testing me, chat. Oh man. How's it going, everybody? It's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Good. Okay. We're good. Good morning, good morning. Alright. Just saying, wait for this song to finish up and then we'll kill it. We'll get into our gaming news. Yeah? As we do every morning, find out what's new in the industry. It's going to be more of the Sony Bungie acquisition stuff, any kind of new spin-offs from that. We'll see some of that for sure, but hopefully we'll find some other good stuff to dive into a little bit, yeah? By the way, Subnautica OST, fantastic, fantastic OST. Check it out, check it out, good stuff. Let's get into some gaming news. Blump, blump, blow. What we got? Ooh, Shovel Knight's devs' next game is a mashup of Link's Awakening and Castle something. We'll see. We'll see. I haven't played Shovel Knight, but I know it's supposed to be a great game. Maybe we'll play that at some point. Sony shares slide as gaming concerns reemerge. I wonder what that's about. Take a quick look. Hmm. Nintendo expresses interest in NFTs, but unsure what joy it could offer. Um. Okay. Nintendo has announced it has interest in non-fungible tokens to investors, but is unsure what joy it can provide in this area. I think that's a very good statement. Look, investors are always wanting to pursue avenues that are very profitable, right? So I think it's appropriate that Nintendo has expressed this to their investors, but I think this is a very good statement too. What joy can it provide? Um, right now, NFTs are basically just a money sink. That's not all they can be, potentially, I think, but at this point, that's what they are, a duping system. Developers praise Steam Deck. It just works for real. Cool. Cool. Let's check it out. Let's see what's up. They've got over 100 games that are completely verified on Steam now, I think. Steam Deck verified. That's very neat. We read that yesterday. We read that yesterday. Read that. What is this? Dying Light 2 fans demand refunds after last minute inclusion of De Novo? Really? Okay, let's take a look. Yo, Wick, what's up, buddy? How are you, man? How was business yesterday, man? I know the stream was short yesterday. Stream was short. Short in comparison to what a stream normally is, so about half a day. How'd the rest of your day go, man? It's good to see. Ooh, Ghostwire, dude. So we actually played through so Ghostwire. Good, good, dude, good. I'm glad. I'm glad. That's good to hear, buddy. Um, over here working hard. Right on, man. Gotta stay on that grind, dude. Stay on that grind. Ghostwire Tokyo. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ghostwire Tokyo is from the same devs of Evil Within, right? Um, Tango. Yep. Um, yeah, Tango. Rain, ice, and snow. Oh, dude. Are you already at the shop, dude? You trying to prep for it? Might be hardly working. I mean, I hope it's still a good day for you, man. But I don't know, man. Seems to me like the worse the weather is, the more everybody wants smoothies, buddy. You might have found, yeah. I don't know what you're doing over there, but you're doing something right, man. you got like, you got winter smoothies, spring smoothies, summer smoothies, fall smoothies. I think that's what you figured out. You got something going, dude. You figured something out, right? um, so yeah, the Ghostwire Tokyo devs Tango. I couldn't remember their name, but they're the same devs that made the Evil Within games, which we played during Scaretober this past October. Legit for sure, dude. No doubt, no doubt about it, man. Cannot deny it, man. Um, So I'm kind of excited to see what Ghostwire Tokyo presents. I really hope that they continue Evil Within. Evil Within was a lot of fun, man. I liked those games. I've got it figured out. Right on, dude. Right on. That's awesome. Um, but I'm excited to see what Ghostwire Tokyo presents. We'll take a look and see what the release date is. It looks like a cool game. It looks like a cool game. Uh oh. Yeah, I'm really interested in the new Pokemon game. It looks pretty neat, dude. It looks like a chill game to just like relax and play. And I have to admit, I am itching to try out the new capture card. Even though I've already tested it and everything, I'm itching a bit. Even though I know we'll get to it eventually. Let's keep going. Biggest news, biggest news. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I get that tech itch, dude. You get that new stuff. It's like I got to keep working on the stream deck too. Yesterday I was away from I didn't get to do any work last night. Uh, after I ate lunch, basically whenever I stopped the stream, I ate lunch and then I was away until about almost 8 o'clock last night. And I got home and I ate and I just passed out. I wasn't around like all day yesterday. I was out, so I didn't get to get any work done last night on the stream. So I don't know, but we'll see what gets done. We might actually. I think I want to try to play. I'm gonna try to do a stream this weekend with the kids. We're gonna do some rafting. Play some raft with the kids this weekend. I think do a nice chill stream with the kiddos. Play some raft. So I'll probably be working on trying to make sure that we're set up to have as good of a stream as possible. Um, to hang out with both of my kids and play some raft on Saturday and Sunday. What what I'm what I'm probably going to try to do is play raft with them, but I don't know how long it's going to be able to keep their interest. So we'll see. Um, I might have to pivot over and just play like some Loop Hero or something if they get bored of Raft. We'll see, but that's probably what we'll try to do this weekend because next weekend is going to be Lost Ark. So yeah, we'll see. We've already got that pulled up. PlayStation and Switch sales are suffering as the gaming war. Is it really because of the gaming wars, or is it just the fact that the market could potentially just be doing kind of a roller coaster thing? You know, not to mention the fact that we just got done with Christmas. So sales are always going to plummet a little bit after the end of the year. That's just the way it works. We already kind of saw this. Sony has 10 live service games in development. Super vague. Who knows how many of those are actually going to come to fruition? Um, I don't know. Anybody already rocking Windows 11? I'm not jumping on Windows 11, dude, for a hot minute. Even if you are a Windows user, change the search up a bit. One of the things I was thinking about yesterday when we were talking was it yesterday or the day before when we were discussing in chat about Sonny buying Bungie and I think it was Tinwin that was like, yeah, but all they got was Destiny. That's all they got, and yeah, it's true. But they're good at what they do with that game, and they've been doing that for a long time. And there's something to be said for um, showing that you can continue to uh, maintain a player base and a an interest in a game over a long period of time. So, um, grabbing a company like that doesn't necessarily mean that yeah. I mean, that's their big IP, right? But it doesn't mean that they won't end up being able to provide more IPs in the future. So, um, granted, yeah, the Microsoft acquisition of um, Activision Blizzard absolutely, is bonkers because of not only the current games that Activision Blizzard has um, going, but also their backlog of IPs that have kind of died off that are just sitting on the shelf that they can grab and renew and stuff. That's a lot. Um, but It's this is not nothing. It's not nothing. Bungie's good at what they do, in my opinion. The unnerving rise of video games that spy on you. Uh, it's technology. Technology in general spies on you. It data mines you. That's the world we live in now. If you think it's not happening, you're out of your mind. If you have a smartphone, it data mines you. Yeah, yeah, for sure, Pinky. Yeah, good call. I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at. I mean, you know, there's something to be said for developers that can maintain that, a player base in a game and just because like Sony acquired again, like Sony acquiring Bungie, just because Bungie doesn't have a whole flipping slew of IPs sitting around for Sony to kind of pick and choose and revamp and stuff, doesn't make it a poor acquisition in my opinion. You know, because I was thinking about that, and it seems like what I remember from in chat was like, well, yeah, all they're getting is Destiny 2, or all they're getting is Destiny, and it was like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, Destiny's not nothing though. Destiny's not nothing. A lot of people love that game, um, and they're getting a good dev. They're getting a good dev, as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know, and acquiring a dev that you're not having to take a look at rebuilding from the ground up is something apart from what Microsoft's going to have to do with um, Activision Blizzard. So there's at least something there. Yeah. Yo, I love what happened with all these little indie devs that were working with Team 17 and them going, oh, you're going NFT? We're out. See you later. This was really cool. This was probably my favorite article I read yesterday. All these little indie devs that were like, "No, we're good. See you later." And this is the bad thing. Like, it sound like tea. Get some, Pinky. Sorry about the slurp. Turning this into an ASMR stream, maybe. I'm tired this morning, man. Just basically chugging coffee right now. That's where the slurp's coming in. Yeah, sorry. What is this? Freebie alert. We'll look at that. Shush, 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 shush. Yeah, we already read into that. I wouldn't be surprised if EA is one of the next real big devs to try to get bought out. But it would take a lot. It would take a lot of money to buy EA. It is legit just a big contest right now for who can buy who can soak up who. It's crazy. Video game release dates for February. Let's take a look real quick. We haven't looked at this in about a week, so let's take a look at what's coming up release wise for February. We've read it. We've seen most of that stuff. Nintendo's pulling more music from YouTube. Okay. That's it. Let's see what we got here. Ghostwire Tokyo release date. It's not official yet, but March 25th. Man, that's a really familiar date. Why is that a familiar date, Wick? What is it about that date? Wick? March 25th? Revealed by PlayStation YouTube channel seems very likely. Looks like Ghostwire Tokyo, the spooky new action adventure coming from Evil Within developer Tango Gameworks, will be out on March 25th. The date hasn't been officially announced at this point, but the beans were spilled in a listing for an upcoming PlayStation showcase on YouTube. Face the Unknown in Ghostwire Tokyo, launching March 25th on PlayStation 5. The listing states, an amusing bit of irony given that Tango Gameworks is a division of ZeniMax Media, which is now owned by Microsoft. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Ghostwire Tokyo promises to be more action oriented than Tango Gameworks' Evil Within survival horror series. Uh huh. This is PlayStation exclusive. Is that what they said? Yeah. Yeah. PS5. Have you guys seen the Here, hold on. Well, I'll watch it real quick. Check it out. Wait. Oh, official showcase. Okay, hold on. This is Ghostwire Tokyo again from the Tango, same makers of Evil Within. This is their new IP.
What was that?
Apparently, like a month and a half to a couple months away. Into March. Into March.
There remains work yet undone. Critical work. People always decry the truth when forced to face it. Still your fear. I will be her salvation.
Mari!
I love the Evil Within games. Evil Within games were a lot of fun. They were wild too, man.
On the precipice
Pretty bonkers.
of transformation. A new age will dawn.
I don't know. The one that I'm really interested in, horror wise, there are two games. It doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad. It doesn't look as interesting to me as like the Evil Within games did to me. The horror games I'm really interested in seeing. What is the one called? Is it is this it? Have you seen this? Have you seen Splitterhead? Slitterhead. That's the name of it. Slitterhead. Is it Slitterhead or Splitterhead? Splitter? No, Slitter. Slitterhead. Right here, Slitterhead. Hold on. Go to YouTube. Which one do I want to watch here? $137. IGN GameSpot. I don't know which one's the best one to watch, man. It doesn't matter, does it? This one will be fine. Let's watch this. Get wrecked. So Slitterhead looks all right, and then there's Scorn as well. That looks pretty wild. Scorn, I'm pretty excited for too, and they're trying to get Scorn released, I think, around Halloween this year. So those are some that I'm excited for our next Scaretober. Freebie alert! Amazon's giving away 5 video games worth over $100 to all Prime members. What we got? We already saw these, didn't we? I mean, I'll go over it again. Yeah. So, Stellaris, Double Kick Heroes. What is this one? Palazzo Soccer League. As far as the eye, Ashwalkers. Yeah. Yo, Syke, what's up, buddy? We know about those. Crossfire, yeah. How are you, man? Crossfire, Ollie Ollie World. What else do we have coming? Lost Ark, baby. Who's ready? I'm ready. How's your day going, Syke? It's good to see you, buddy. Yeah, we know about all this stuff, really. Okay. Shovel Knight Dev's next game is the mashup of Link's Awakening and Castlevania. Mina the Hollower. Retro homage to Game Boy classics like Link's Awakening and It's a Weird Twist. Yacht Club is going back to Kickstarter to help fund development. Okay. I can dig it, man. I'm good, buddy. I'm good. A little bit tired this morning. But I'm good, dude. I'm good. Get to hang out with you guys and play video games, baby. I need more Java, though. Thanks for asking, dude. It's very old school, man. Very, very old school. Bone up. You call that ugly? I call that beautiful, Mad. I call that beautiful. I love pixel games, dude. Mad, how are you, buddy? It's good to see you, dude. Sony shares slide as gaming concerns reemerge. Shares and Sony Group slid as much. Oh, that's what they're saying. Oh, Sony shares slide. Okay, okay. I read this completely wrong. Yeah, Zelda. That's actually what they were saying. It's like a mashup of like Link's Awakening and Castlevania. Yeah, no, Valkyrie Queen was not killed. We're gonna go back to it before we start Ragnarok. Yeah. We have over 100 hours in it. Over 100 hours in God of War, and it was great, dude. Matt, it was fantastic. I loved it, dude. It is like I would say probably one of my top 10 all-time games, dude. It was so much fun. A lot of salt, a lot of salt on that difficulty. It was brutal. It was brutal. But it always felt good whenever I finally got past those really tough fights and stuff, you know. So it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. Great story. There were some things about the mechanics that I felt a few things in the game that I felt could have been better. Like one of the most maddening things was a lot of times in the fights, you would get pushed up against a wall, and the camera would just go straight into Kratos' back, man, and it made it to where you couldn't see hardly anything, man. Instead of the camera like tilting vertical a little bit so you could see over his head, semi-closed areas were getting on. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like little fighting arenas. The entire game, that's the way it works, right? It's just like little fighting arenas everywhere. That's kind of the way they devved it, right? I liked it a lot. Not just because of the combat. I think as a whole, dude, the story, the game is flipping beautiful, dude. Um, Story, I think the variety in enemies in the game, um, the way that they built the game up to allow you to discover and search out so many different things and the Valkyries and equipment upgrades and things like that. It's very fleshed out, dude. It's very deep. It's very deep. I enjoyed it a lot. That's fine if it's not top 10 to you. I mean, that's, again, dude, that's what is great about us being different, right? I respect the fact that you didn't enjoy it as much as me. I loved it, dude. I loved it. I liked it a lot. I liked it a lot. Um, I think they did a great job with it. I think it had some flaws. I think it had some flaws, especially getting into, you're always fighting those little arenas, those little, every time you get into a fight, basically, it's a little arena. And when you're always moving around and trying to get away from enemies. And anytime you get your back pushed up against the wall, the camera just smashed right into Kratos' back, which made it really, really tough. It sucked. They should have made it to where the camera would elevate vertically a little bit to see over him and stuff. But I liked the game a lot. It was a lot of fun. Oh, I hear you, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I respect that. I enjoyed it a lot. I liked it a lot, dude. It was gorgeous. Great story. Awesome lore. Um, I had a lot of fun in it, man. I had a lot of fun in it. I dumped a lot of salt in that game, too. Probably one of the saltiest playthroughs I've had, dude. Oh, for real, man? You're like the only person that likes Mass Effect 3, dude. Is it? You really enjoy it? Yeah. That's good, dude. That's good. I'm just kidding. I know you're not the only person. It caught a lot. It wasn't what a lot of people were expecting out of Mass Effect 3, right? I think that's what it was. It didn't meet a lot of people's expectations whenever it was released, and I think that's why it caught a lot of backlash. Yeah, a lot of negativity because. Oh, that's really neat. Cool. That's really neat. Good. I'm glad, dude. I'm glad. I'm glad you're back too, dude. It's really good to see you. Yeah, I'm glad you're back, buddy. That's awesome. No spoilers, Pinky. Yeah. Right on, man. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I loved God of War, dude. I actually, what was crazy is that we didn't even really know. So we only killed one Valkyrie. We didn't we have a couple of artifacts left to find, a couple of lore items left to find, but we like about found like about 95% of stuff in the game. No, I know. I was just precursoring. Like, oh, is it really, mad? Right on. Um, so I think what we're gonna do before God of War Ragnarok is like actually go back and play some of the old God of War games, and then right before Ragnarok, we're gonna go back to God of War and try to take on some of the Valkyries, find some of the stuff we missed, and just kind of get the mechanics back, you know, the muscle memory for the fighting and stuff before we hop into Ragnarok. Yeah, yeah, yeah. On your phone? Really? I didn't even know you could put Knights of the Old Republic on your phone, dude. Does it play well? Really? That's insane, dude. Wow. Interesting, man. Interesting. That's cool. I haven't played Knights of the Old Republic, dude, in forever. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Cool. I'm glad you had a blast, dude. I am glad you're back home, though, man. That's good. I hope you get to at least hang out for a bit, chill out, and relax. Enjoy being home. It's good to see you, buddy. Yeah, yeah. It is really weird, man. It is really weird. Developers praise the Steam Deck. It just works for real. Um, all impressed. All these devs are impressed with Steam Deck. That's good, man. It's good. Um, sorry, guys. Sorry. I had to do something real quick. Oh, for real? You're connecting your phone to PC via TeamViewer to play games while on the train? That's sick. Right on. Probably going again this Tuesday? God dang. Yo, Matt, tell him you quit. They'll understand, right? They'll understand, dude. Uh, this is a pretty long article. I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but it's just good to see that the Steam Deck is panning out to be a good device. It's good. Um, oh, for real? Internet jamming? Yeah, that sucks. Boo. Well, this is good, man. I mean, you know, one of my big things with Steam Deck is like how much it costs and like parts wearing out and stuff, you know. But hopefully it's built very well. And from what I understand, the parts are supposed to be easy to come across so you can kind of fix it yourself. You can open up the Steam Deck and it doesn't void the warranty and stuff. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it's shipping. Like it's shipping this month, so we'll find out, right? We'll see how it goes. I think that Steam is definitely on the right track. Yeah, Matt. I'll tell you what, dude. If we ever play ME Trilogy, I'll try to do it at a time where we can. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What I was gonna say is, what I try to do is wait until I can play games. Like for instance, on the 19th, we're gonna be playing Planescape Torment specifically because one of our long-standing community members, Queen Guinevere, is a big fan of it. Right? Fills are strong. Yeah, right on. She's a big fan of that game, and she's going to be able to attend the playthrough. She's usually only able to be here on the weekends, but she's gonna have some time off from work. And I was like, well, let's play Planescape, and you'll be able to hang out. And she was like, oh, that'd be awesome. That's one of the things I like to do because, especially if it's a game that I'm interested in playing as well. It only makes sense for me to try to play those games whenever you community members are that are have a special love for certain games. I want to try to play those games for you guys when you're able to attend. So maybe we can communicate on some times where you'll have some time home, a set amount of time home, where maybe I can schedule to do like the Mass Effect games at different times. Maybe they won't be back to back or anything, but we can do them where you'll be home and be able to catch most of the playthrough and stuff. Cool, man. Maybe we can talk on like Discord or something and figure that stuff out. Yeah, I'd be for trying to do that for you, buddy. Okay, cool. Well, that's good. It's good. Steam Deck is panning out very well. Let's see what Dying Light 2 fans demand refunds after last minute inclusion of de novo. The controversial anti tamper DRM technology was quietly added to the game yesterday. Fans have taken to social media to demand their money back from Techland after the last minute reveal that Dying Light 2 Stay Human will use de novo, the controversial anti tamper DRM technology. The inclusion of de novo was quietly revealed yesterday, February 1st, via a back end Steam update. Yeah, man. Yeah, I hear you, dude. I hear you. Yeah. Um, you mean as far as like you're referring to like it in-game kind of situation stuff, right? That's what you mean? For story select like what will affect story and things like that? Is that what you mean? Dying Light 2 was in development for 7 years. A Ticklin rep wrote, yeah. Throughout that period, over 1,500 people invested their time and talent into making the game to protect the efforts of the whole team from piracy. We suffered when we released Dying Light 1. We included the de novo system, at least for the launch period. Mechanics, weapon builds, and such. Yeah, cool, man. Cool. Yeah, you know how I do, man. Uh, I don't really look at that stuff. I just play. I just play and have fun, man. So my big thing is just including you guys in whatever we're doing, and that's what's fun to me. If you guys know what's going on and what's obviously then that's fine. But for me, it's just about playing the game and experiencing it, and if you guys want to provide input on what we do, then that's cool with me. I just like playing the games with you guys and having fun. I'm not all about looking into the info and stuff. You can find anything you want on there online for guides and I know a lot of people are into that kind of thing. I used to do that stuff too. Um, and if I was going to be playing through games like for like second or third iterations and stuff like that, I would do that. I would go for like best in slot stuff or optimal builds and things like that. But just for my first playthroughs, which is quite often what we do on stream, I like to just experience it. Collective hive mind called internet, yeah, for sure. Yeah. No, I mean, I totally agree. Like I said, if I was going for like multiple playthroughs in a game, I would absolutely be doing that stuff. I just like to, kind of experience the game very vanilla, you know, if I'm playing through on a first playthrough, not be exposed to too much information and just go with whatever seems like it's going to be fun, really, selection wise or build wise or what have you. And to me, A lot of that comes into play with you guys and what you're gonna think is fun for us to do. So, you know, that's what I enjoy. To protect the efforts of the whole team from piracy we suffered when we released Dying Light 1, we've included the new de novo system, at least for the launch period. It's a solution used widely for AAA games nowadays. They continue being gamers ourselves. We understand your concerns. We want to ensure that it will not impact your gaming experience. We continue putting extra resources into testing the game, and at this stage, we do not see any noticeable impact on the performance. We'll be actively reviewing feedback during the game's launch. Do not hesitate to share yours with us, too. Um, Fun. I know, Mad. What is that, right? What is that? Denuvo has been blamed for poor performance on a variety of games, including Tomb Raider and Doom. While late last year, an issue with the Denuvo servers saw the likes of Planet Zoo, Football Manager, and Marvel's Guardian of the Galaxy unplayable. Denuvo just got confirmed. Yeah, we read news articles about Denuvo and the significant issues they were having on their servers. Confirmed for Dying Light 2, and now I'm suddenly not looking forward to it so much, said one fan, while another wrote, canceling my pre-order because of the sneakiness Denuvo crap. How disappointing. Yo, Dying Light 2, you can, if you can add Denuvo 2 days before launch, you can remove it 2 days before launch. It's not too late to fix this mistake. Denuvo is anti-piracy software that they deliberately hid from the game for game reviews. People who pre-ordered heavily impacts performance. Does absolutely nothing positive for the player who purchased the game. Hmm. Look, I mean, people will always find a way around. People will always find a way around. And Denuvo, they are constantly getting bashed because their crap is crap. I mean, their their software historically has just wrecked wreaked havoc on games, man, and it feels bad quite often. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's get into some tyranny. How about that? And I need more Java. Needs the Java. I love how Final Fantasy. Yo, check this out. Check this out. Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. Still $70. Still $70. This was released a month and a half ago. The only reason it's really playable is because of a community-based mod that was created. I still don't think it's been patched by Square Enix, and it's still $70. Feels bad, dude. Feels bad. But $70, right? $70. I don't know. Yo, let me grab some coffee real quick and we'll hop into our Tyranny playthrough. Cool. Thanks for being here, everybody. It's so good to see you guys. You're amazing. Beautiful. You guys look great this morning. You look amazing. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Yo, we're back. We're back. Tyranny's great, dude. I'm loving it. I'm loving it, man. It's so good, dude. So good. Yo. Pop-Tarts, dude. I didn't eat Tarts. My kids were hiding them. Not really. Not really. I don't normally eat Pop-Tarts, but, dude, cinnamon and brown sugar with no frosting? That's like my jam, dude. I love those. I know a lot of people are going to be like, what? Gross. Dude, that's my jam on Pop-Tarts, man. I love them. With a big old cup of coffee. Yeah, man, I'm enjoying being evil, dude. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, man. It's great. I'll kind of show you where we're at right now. Yeah, Tyranny's cool, dude. It feels good to be back in that like Obsidian realm, you know, playing their CRPGs. Not really. No. I mean, we're playing on expert mode too, which, you know, I've played all of their games on expert mode, so it's not really anything different. Um, so I'm used to that. I lost one battle. Yeah, we melt stuff quite a bit. Um, especially now that we've gained a lot more magic. We're kind of like melting stuff with magic pretty well. I lost one battle because I cast a couple of spells and I thought that I was casting a couple of spells on my melee characters. I thought that they had fully cast and they hadn't, and I accidentally canceled them out. And it was at like a boss fight early in the game, and it really like kind of messed the whole fight up, so we lost. Um, but that was just my fault. It wasn't. It was some. It really screwed the whole fight up, man. And it was just my fault for not paying attention and being dumb. But it's been a chill playthrough. It was just, you know, normally I would play this on hard. Obsidian Game Expert? No, no way, dude. You are Obsidian Game Expert. So many of you guys that hang out here are Obsidian Game Experts. I'm just in awe of what a lot of you guys do. Yeah. I'm just, you know, I kind of left it up to the community and was like, you know, do we want to go hard on this? And the consensus was, let's just play normal expert and like have a chill playthrough. God of War was super salty and a bit malding, and let's just enjoy the story and have a good time, you know. And so that's where we are. Ultimate Gamer Hell Cider. Oh, dude. Here, I'll throw. We have to have an emote to go along with that. Yo, man, by the way, I just got the entire Pillars 1 playthrough put up on our YouTube, man. It's really weird, though, like, going back and looking at how bad the stream quality was. Like, back whenever we streamed Pillars 1, going back and looking at all that content from back then. Not that the stream quality is, like, you know, A tier or anything like that now, but it was really weird going back, and because it's like 40 videos, man, and it was like June through July, and then we took a break, played some other stuff, and then it was like August through September where we played all that Pillars 1 content. And you know, I didn't start streaming until May, so it was like only a month into streaming whenever I started playing Pillars 1, and a lot of you guys started coming in and hanging out in the community. The stream looks brutal. It looks so bad. But I got it all put up on. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no kidding, dude. No kidding. But it's cool. It's cool just, you know, I've had all that content just kind of like sitting there for so long, and it's not edited or anything, which sucks. I just don't have the time to do that, you know, but I'm at least making the time now to like, Right. So no change. Hey man, I never claimed to be great at video games. I just claimed to love video games, right? That's it, dude. So you're not hurting my feelings. I never claimed to be good, just to love them. I've been sitting on all this content for so long, you know. I'm finally getting to a point where I'm like making strides and getting a lot of that stuff put up on the YouTube, which is nice. And it's not as much of a an effort to like make money off of it or anything. That's, you know, it's more of an effort to um, get more awareness of our channel and our community and what we do here, and hopefully bring some more like-minded people, you know, into our community. Really is what it's about. But I got all the BioShock playthroughs out there. Name every video game ever. I'm not you. Okay? I'm not you. Um, all the BioShock playthroughs. We got our Dark Souls playthrough in there, and I've got the Pillars 1 playthrough. I think what I'm going to do next is get Deadfire up and probably God of War, and then I'll go through and get all the rest of the stuff we've done. Name all video games ever.
Will do.
All video games ever. Done. Metal, what's up, buddy? So yeah, we just finished this out. Now, here's what I'm under the impression. So there's a spire to unlock here, right? But driving lesson went really well. Good, dude. I'm glad. It's good to see you, buddy. I'm glad it went well. So we have to incomplete charcoal rubbing, Sunset Spire. Portion of an unknown sigil has been recorded on this scroll. The charcoal imprint is rough and incomplete, leaving the full design a mystery for now. There were only 2 sigils in the actual spire location right here to make a rubbing off of. I think. God, Pinky, dude. Brutal, man. Oh, that's good, Metal. That's good. Yeah, I mean, that I'm sure that can be very anxiety inducing. Yeah, I'm sure. A bit intimidating, if you will. Yeah, I'm sure. Enough to call an airstrike. Just get rid of the evidence. All right, let's go to our journal. Mad would know, dude. Mad would know. That is that warrants a bit of that. So Stone Seat, yeah. We still investigate spires. You appear to have uncovered enough of the symbol to see the complete image. Examine it, see what. What? Okay, hold on. So, determine the significance of the rubbing. After examining the rubbing, you found that it was only a partial image of a symbol that is reminiscent of the one you saw in Ascension Hall at Vendrian's Well. Continue your search to determine what its significance might be, or search for more of the image. You appear to have uncovered enough of the symbol to see the completed image. Examine it to see what it looks like. Dude, didn't I just do that? Am I tripping, yo? Let's go back up in here then. Yeah, all good, man. All good. Go back in here real quick. It's weird. I mean, I know I've talked about this before, but I didn't realize it growing up, but I was fairly, I guess, pretty lucky. I started driving really young, like 12, 13 years old. Not like driving around town or anything, but like I worked summers for farmers, and I grew up pretty rural, so um, driving through like fields and stuff like that, or just real short distances, things, it just wasn't a big deal. So I grew up, you know, learning how to drive uh, from a pretty young age. So whenever it became time to drive, like on my own at 16, it wasn't really anything like doing a driver's education, which is like class with other students, at 15, um, was like nothing. It was like ridiculous. And then at 16, getting my license, it was like, dude, I'd already been driving what seemed like, it literally was like years. You know what I mean? So it was kind of crazy.
Sorry, I can't.
What's happening, dude? Kind of weirded out. The glimmers, they appear to intersect at various angles, forming a myriad of potential shapes similar to the rubbing you found. But why does this say incomplete when our journal says that it's complete? What is going on, dude? This doesn't make sense. So we have to compare this to this? Or what? Diamond in the rough.
Yes.
Gosh. Uh-oh, Pinky. Hmm.
I.
Oh, I hate that. Dude, get off it. Okay. Um. Super 5-head. Get wrecked, game. Easy. Ha 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 ha. Easy. Alright. The arcane light courses skyward, trailing off toward the horizon in the direction of Vendrian's well. You feel the ground ripped out from beneath you yet again as you drift back into the warmth of the energy surrounding you. Your awareness stretches beyond the limits of the spire, pulling in many directions at once. The light you saw arcing through the sky reminds you of the tether you feel to the top of Vendrian's well. This too is a point of connection, and you are an inextricable part of it, bound as surely as the spires are to each other. The Sunset Spire in Lithian's Crossing feels burdened by its age, as if a central linchpin somewhere in its core has weathered the centuries of oppressive weight and longs to topple. The surge of energy that courses through you, forming a link with Vendrian's well, strengthens the very stones beneath your feet. The structural weakness you detected vanishes, replaced by confidence that could keep this tower standing for millennia. So Lantry says, and tell me where you're writing from. Lantry speaks aloud as he pins a missive, and how to reach you, and I will send you an iron ring for your troubles. He signs his name with a flourish, and then tosses the parchment into the wind. In the blink of an eye, the heavy currents carry the slip of parchment eastward. I had this idea of a message in a bottle without the bottle. Maybe it'll work? Brick. From here, even the old walls seem paltry. The sovereign view was not intended for the likes of us. Brick shakes his head slowly. Tyranny. Who knew that all this was up here while I sat below, wasting my time trying to gather a group of followers from the refugees in Lithian's Crossing. The untapped power in the Spire is astounding. I must find out how to get some. Spire feels like a relay between you and Vendrian's well, bridging some transference of energy in an enormous scale. You are the first link of a chain that stretches the length of the realm. As you struggle to understand the sensation, you grow aware of whispers all around you. Listen closer. The whispers themselves seem to travel down the tether between you and your spires, conducting heat that feels at times unbearable. They speak of your actions, your choices, everything that led you to this place. Your name is known, your banner recognized, your deeds reported across the tiers and Northern Empire alike. For an instant, you can see the accumulated hope and fear these whispers represent. It appears like dewdrops settling on a leaf, then trickling into a shared basin. This image is fed to you through your connection, a base metaphor that only hints at the true scope. There is power in these spires, though its source is unfamiliar. Were you to harness it, you suspect that nothing would stand beyond your reach. I don't know what this is, but I like it. I can't feel my face on this spire, but I like it. I don't know what you've done, but standing near you warms my rusted plates. Makes me feel lighter somehow. Lantern, curious. I'm noting something I observed at the Spire in Vendrian's Well. There's a mystic hum, and it has little beats when you walk, tiny fluctuations when you talk. Unless my senses are deceiving me, you and the Spires are mystically attuned to each other. Most fascinating indeed. A quill pen appears in his hand, and the old sage begins furiously jotting notes on his arm. I feel it too. The air is thick up here, isn't it? Exactly the opposite of what you'd expect. The magic up here is almost a physical presence. Nice. Hot tart. Okay. Allows you to brew. So an infirmary allows you to brew potions and other consumables. Once built, resting in a spire, in any spire, grants a bonus to endurance, will, and magic defenses. We're just gonna upgrade all of these probably. The Forge upgrade allows you to improve weapons and armor and forge powerful new items. Once built, resting in any spire grants a bonus to armor, parry, and dodge. Constructing training grounds allows you to recruit the finest skill trainers in the tiers. Once built, resting in any spire grants a bonus to accuracy, athletics, and subterfuge. Library constructing a library on a spire allows you to research magical knowledge, edicts, and artifacts. Once built, resting in any spire grants a bonus to lore and magic skills. Wait. Okay. Of course we do. Wait. Oh. Ooh. The weight. I see. I see. Okay. Dude, the control fire and control emotions and control stone control force is expensive. Must be good. Oh, teaches lore. Okay. Provide scrolls to further research. Crap. Rare magical scrolls. I want all these three. Wait. All right, we'll hold on to the money we have, probably, just in case. Let's see here. Subject of the Spires. Uh-huh. My dear Mr. Fluff Bunny, the court is all abuzz with the news of the Civil War. Representatives from the chorus and the disfavored are having little shouting matches in front of Tunin. The petitioners to the court seem swept up in talks of who will crush whom, and if and when Tunin will bring down the gavel and stop the fighting. What has me more intrigued is the other story out of Vendrian's Well. Tunin sends you on what I thought was going to be a one-way trip to the well, and not only do you live, you somehow claimed the mountain spire, and you broke Kyros' edict too. Such things make a little civil war seem so trivial in comparison, at least to those who can separate the message from the noise. Tell me, what was it like to break the edict, and how is it you took control of the spire? Fatebinder Rogulus. Oh no. Oh no. Feels dumb. Oh, cool, metal. Cool. I love the emote that it put in there. Oh, dude. That's funny. Metal, I hope your lunch is good, dude. Hey, you gotta let me know at some point what you're eating for lunch, man. I love food. We might just send this. Did you know that the wording of the edict would what the wording of the edict would entail? Did you advocate that I be sent on what was likely to be a one-way journey? Your questions seem to imply that my actions at Vendrian's Well were orchestrated when they were, in fact, the product of me responding to a chaotic situation, nothing more. Dealing with two petulant, disagreeable archons occupied what precious time I might have spent undermining Kyros. How about you tell me what you know first? You were the one who taught me the value of never being tricked into self-incrimination. How could I possibly argue with that sort of wisdom? Cutting potatoes? All right. So what, you've got chicken and you got some potatoes, Pinky? What are you making, Pinky? What are you getting down on, buddy? We'll just send it, whatever. Just send it, chat. Claim the remaining spires. Cool. We have a level up. Oh, Barrett, dude. Let's go, baby. What is this? Shield effectiveness. More enemies engaged. So right now I have Siren in the group over Verse. I love Verse, but I wanted to try Siren out. Basically, we have one melee character in the group. Just slap it in the oven with some red pepper and let it get crispy. Right on, dude. Right on. Yo, quite often with cooking, look, I mean, obviously there are some very complicated dishes out there that are very good, right? But there's something to be said for just keeping it simple, man. Um, you don't have to go crazy and get super complicated with cooking for there to be nice, delicious dishes, man. There's actually a real simple dish that I like to cook up, man. And basically all it is getting like some sausage, cutting it in like cubing it up into like bite-sized pieces, putting it in with some vegetables. Like I like Brussels sprouts. You could do potatoes. I like doing broccoli in there. Um, what else do I usually put in that? Carrots. I love carrots. You could do like sweet potatoes and just like putting some olive oil on it all, putting it in a bowl and mixing it up. Yeah, dude. Oh, baby, psych. You know how I do, baby. And olive oil, mix it all up together. Put like a little bit of some like minced garlic in there. And you could even like, you can either chop up onion or just put some onion powder on it. And then some like cracked salt, cracked pepper. And then just put it on a pan, dude. Throw it in the oven and bake it. So good, dude. So good. And it's really easy, real quick. Delicious. Delicious. And I'll usually make some rice, like some rice or quinoa or something, just to put all of the vegetables and meat on top of. Throw it in a bowl and eat it, man. Stay real chunk star, baby. You know, Sax. You know what I'm talking about. All right, let's see what we want to do here. Gauge an additional enemy. So we've got this. Strength of nearby allies. Bonus to armor. That's actually pretty good. That's sick. We're going to need that. Probably going to need him to engage more enemies too. 40 shield effectiveness. That's not bad. We're straight up making him a Tonkeba. Tonkeba. Ally AoE. So this is a passive. Defender's Watch. And this goes all the way up to negative 15%. All damage taken for 3 seconds. Radius 3 meters. Pulse rate 3 seconds. We probably need to go ahead. God, he's got a lot of good stuff in Sentinel, man. It's kind of bonkers. Leap to the 8 and taunt. Sick. Hmm. 3 meters. Negative 5%. Do we increase the engage? If we're not going to keep verse in the right now, we're going to increase engage because we don't have another melee character. Dude, I love lentils. Sounds like a good experiment, Pinky. Sounds like a good experiment, dude. That's basically a bean burrito, right? I mean, bean burrito um, with some veggies in it. Yeah? Bean and cheese burrito with some veggies. That sounds good, dude. I would destroy that. Let's hook it up, dude. Let's go with God. I don't know what I want to go with here. Let's go with that. That's fine. Let's go with that. Better reduce that damage. Very. We're gonna get his health up. Okay. Let's go. Anything else to do? Sage
Will do.
Garrus. Greetings, Fatebinder. The sage bows low before you, the quills in his hood brushing the ground. Who are you? How did you get into my spire? Explain who you are and what you're doing here fast. Takes a cautious step back. Garrus, I'm your scribe and researcher. I've heard great things about you, about this place. The library here is incredible. If you don't mind my saying so, he quells back with uncertainty and fear. When I heard about the library you were building, I just had to come. I watched the workers as they hauled the stone and scrolls up here. There was an awful lot, and they were very tired. So I did what little I could to assist. Then on the last day, as everyone was leaving, I just stayed behind. Why are you here? Take it you need someone to organize this collection of scrolls, someone to catalog new texts as you discover them, and someone to organize research efforts. As your scribe, I can do all three. In fact, I'm excited to get started. I've already started looking through your collection, and he cuts himself off in size. To be honest, I need the work. The Vellum Citadel isn't exactly up to its old standards. I'm afraid there aren't many safe places where a sage can find and employ during the work. What can you research for me? Oh, any number of topics. Magic, alchemy, the history of the world. You have an impressive collection. Not as large as a Vellum Citadel, perhaps, but no sense in crying over burnt parchment. I've started compiling a list of possible research topics. Allow me to show you. Artifacts. Okay, we need more. Items. Conduct research to find recipes for new items. Conduct research to find plans and schematics for new artifacts. Should we hold off for new artifacts? Should we go ahead and hold off for new artifacts, maybe? I mean, we could go ahead and do this, but... Oh, recruits needed at the library. 4. Let's go ahead and do this for now. No. Because we need 8. We need 6 more scrolls. And 4 recruits at the library. So we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. Leave. That's Eb. We already know what Eb's up to. Just standing there looking dumb. Who are you? Yeah. Hello. What is this? Bruh. Okay. Yo, Verse! Our gang is building quite a little collection of spires, aren't we? The Voices of Nerat was never one for keeping strongholds, but I can definitely see the appeal. Why doesn't the Voices like strongholds? Because there's no point in standing still. The Voices prefers to keep his forces busy and on the move, with the only restful hours between dusk and dawn. Besides, fighters in motion are less likely to rise up and challenge authority. Safety in numbers, but once you get people hunkering down to discuss their problems, suddenly everyone has a reason to kill the closest gang boss. What do you think of these spires? They're big, but make no mistake, a determined army could knock one down if they got enough shovels and picks together. Don't be so quick to assume that you're invincible. As to what they are, I try not to ask those sorts of questions.
What do you need?
Talk again later. Bruh. Okay. Well, we got enough now. I'm still gonna wait. Still gonna wait. Can we teleport straight here? 15 minutes. Check that out, dude. Sick. Cancel, cancel. Cool. That's pretty cool. I kind of want to go back to Ironhall Trail, though, and talk to that individual that was wanting... What was that guy's name? Redamon? I wonder if she's still there. That's a long journey, though. That's okay. We might do it. Let's get out of here. Let me see something. Reclaim the spires. Here is the plate. What do we have in our inventory? We don't have very much to sell, really. Recovery, damage, armor pin, range is down. Wait. Axe down. He's gonna look so much cooler with a hammer. His recovery goes down by 1/4 of a second, though. That's not worth. That's not worth. Is it? I don't know. He's gonna look cooler, though. Yeah? Check it. Dude, he looks so much cooler. Let's go. 5. This is actually worth more, but whatever, yo. How much is this worth? 9. Yeah, we'll sell that. Can we actually... Oh, he can dual wield, yo. Do that for now. Blammo. You take those. 5, put those in there. He needs these. Just hold him to those for now. What do we have in here? Okay. And what were these? Lander, holy moly, buddy. Dude, what is up, man? I was just talking about you the other day, dude. What is up, buddy? Holy crap, man. I'm great, man. I'm great. Oh, God. You flipping legend? Where you been, dude? You been working a bunch, huh? I bet. Lander, holy moly, dude. We got two absolute legends in chat today, dude. Matt, I hadn't seen Matt in forever. Been working like crazy. I figured, dude. I figured. I mean, Matt's been here the past couple of days, but he's been out working. And I figured you've been working your butt off too, dude. I hadn't seen either one of you, man. Lander, I was just talking about you too, man. It's crazy. It's good to see you, buddy. It's good to see you. I hope work's been okay, man. You been getting to stream at all? Bajizzle, what's up, buddy? Work sucks. Yeah, dude. For most people, it does, yeah. I work 7 days a week. Dude, do you get any time to relax? That's brutal, dude. You out saving the world or what? No? That sucks, dude. Holy crap. Have you gotten to stream at all here lately? I know you gotta have some content out there. Yo, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Yo, everybody hanging out. If you're not familiar with Lander, Lander is a flippin' legend, dude. Literally a legend in the Pillars community for sure, but CRPGs absolutely.
Now that we're
Lander,
friends
holy
again,
moly,
is it
dude!
okay if I pet you?
Look at that three head, dude. Lander, thanks, buddy. Thank you, man, so much, man. Thank you, bud. That's incredible, man. Thank you. Yo, you guys, Lander is first of all, Lander, I said this the other day too, but if you're not familiar with Lander, Lander is he's actually on the Wall of Fame, dude, for Deadfire. If you're not familiar with that is, dude, it's in our Discord. We could pull it up. He has completed one of the like all-time challenge runs on Deadfire on Pillars of Eternity 2. He's on their Wall of Fame. They've got a plaque, and he's got one of the little placards with his name on it for doing one of the most difficult challenge runs. What's it called? I can't remember what it's called right now, but Lander is a legend in that community and across many of the CRPG communities. He streams. He's been working his butt off. I know, dude. I know. But if you guys are not familiar with Lander, please check out his channel and content. He's not getting to stream too much here lately, but he's still, I'm sure, got a lot of good content over there, and he definitely deserves some love from our community. And if you could throw a follow over there and check out his stuff, I'd really appreciate it. Lander, that sub, much appreciated, dude. Thank you very, very much, buddy. Thank you. It's really good to see you, man. It's good to see you. I was talking about you and Rogue and how much you guys really, whenever I first started streaming, you guys coming through and raiding me all the time and pushing people my way. That was such a clutch thing for you guys to do to help expose people to my channel and just what I do and everything. So I'll always, always, always be super grateful to both of you guys as fellow streamers and friends and everything whenever I got my start here on Twitch. So thank you very much. I'm sorry, dude, you've been working so much. Restaurant cook and engineering bureau. Jeebus, dude. You're all over the place, man. That's insane. Tyranny's awesome, dude. Nah, bro, you guys are amazing. I really appreciate you, dude. I really do. Tyranny's great, dude. It feels really cool to be in another Obsidian CRPG. It's really neat. I'm enjoying it, man. I'm enjoying it. And we're just like so evil, dude. we're not trying to hold back at all. We're just like super super evil, dude. It's pretty fun, dude. It's pretty fun. It's a pretty stark contrast from what we did in our Pillars playthroughs. You know what I mean? The whole paladin thing, and it's we're very 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 evil. If you haven't seen some of the new emotes, dude, we've got an OutsiderAntics evil emote now. Yeah, the story's awesome, dude. Story's pretty good. I'm liking it. Yeah. Yeah, I've been working hard on a lot of the stream stuff, man. We've got some new emotes. I got the YouTube channel up. I actually just put up, the entire Pillars playthrough, man. I put up the other night on YouTube. It's like 40 videos, I think. Yeah, yeah, Landry, you like that? Yeah, dude, it's pretty good. That's my Doctor Evil Palpatine mashup emote. We just named it Evil, but that's basically what it was. Me trying to take like a Doctor Evil picture, and then Syek was like, "Dude, you should throw a Palpatine cloak on," you know. So I did some work on it and was able to make it work. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty good. It's so good to see you, dude. It's so good to see you. Yeah. Uh, and again, thanks so much for the support, dude. That's incredible. Thank you very much. It is so good to see you, dude. Especially after, like, I was just thinking about you, man. It's weird the way that kind of stuff works. Yeah, we just got our second Spire, dude. We just got our second Spire. So, what did I want to do next? I'm kind of curious. I want to... Well, let's just go here. Yeah. I want to go down here and see, because we didn't kill everybody here. So I want to go down here and see if that one member is here and if they're still aggro or not. I know that we could just take 15 minutes. I want to go back to the Mountain Spire too. But we're gonna take the long route here. Let's go see what's up. Cool, didn't get stopped. Awesome. Lander, you've been playing some XCOM, dude? Pinky and I have been talking about trying to get a Pokemon style Pokemon XCOM style game going. What do you think, man? They're still no aggro. Pinky. Ah, dude, they are still aggro. That's really weird. I wonder why. Oh well. Still coming with it. Whoa! Whoa! Why is my guy... Oh, okay. Okay. Dude, what is going on? Why is he... It is my... I'll have to look. I'll have to look. Oh, well. Here it is. Oh, dude, I still haven't even hooked her up with spells or anything. I just put her in the party. Okay. Attack. You. Do this, you. Let's do... We're getting so many combo moves, man. It's nuts.
I will aid you.
No, now you. This. Oh. Missed because I'm dumb. Let's go. Pokemon XCOM, yeah, dude. Eating? No, dude, I get it. Pop-Tart, bro. Real healthy. No, we were memeing out the other day about... so we were talking about the new Pokemon game. If you haven't seen it, dude, it actually looks pretty cool. But then Pinky was talking about, like, how cool it would be to have, like, a Pokemon game in the XCOM style, you know? Yeah, dude, super. Eat your heart out, Gordon Ramsay. You know what I mean? Actually, I don't eat Pop-Tarts that often, but this morning my kids were like eating breakfast and I saw that they were eating Pop-Tarts. I was like, dude, are those frosting-free Pop-Tarts? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, what? Because I love frosting-free Pop-Tarts, man. And I was like, what flavor? And they're like, brown sugar cinnamon. And I was like, Are there any more? Because that's my jam, dude. I'm not a big fan of Pop-Tarts, but brown sugar cinnamon with no frosting, dude, I love those things. Especially with like some coffee. Oh, dude, I'm done. That's my jam. They're like, yeah, there's 2 packs left. You can have one. I know, dude. I know. I didn't even know. My wife bought groceries on Saturday. I didn't even know she bought them, you know. I usually don't eat breakfast. I just drink a ton of coffee, man. And then I eat like a big lunch and a big dinner. Or I snack on stuff, you know. But, yeah, I saw him eating these this morning. I was like, I am grabbing some of those. Yeah. What do you got? What are you doing? We got to take a look at setting her up right. Yo, get wrecked. Get wrecked.
I will aid you.
That hurt.
I'll hit you twice as hard next time.
Get wrecked. Let's do, Unravel Minds. What you got? Let's do that. You're gonna do this. This guy's so dead. Free experience, I guess. I don't know, man. Rude. Dude, you put a big old hit in there. Imagine being jelly of your kids. I know, dude. I know. Yeah. My kids are super. They're really good kids. They're really sweet. And they were like, yeah, there's 2 packs left. And they're like, you can have one, you know? I was like, all right, thanks. Definitely not the kind of food I should be eating, but, you know. Lantry, what's up? So your latest acquisition has me thinking about the spires some more. By all accounts,
my
bad.
Go as far back as the old walls. Over the centuries, the nobles of the tiers have claimed the spires, but they've only ever battled over the land at the ground level of the monuments.
okay.
I've never seen the glyphs of a spire light up in all my years. Not until you show up. If this were an isolated incident, I'd be confused. But it seems the spires, plural, are somehow connected to you. What's your secret?
We're just special, you know? Just real special. We wake up in the morning, we piss excellence. You know? You're not first, you're last. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Pinky. Let's go 2. Alongside escapes Lantry as he sticks his quill in his mouth, chewing on the tip. His head tilts from one side to the other, muttering incoherent half words. Out with it.
If I had the words for it, I'd share. I'm just not sure what to make of it. I'm realizing how much more there is to learn.
Let's talk further. Okay, that's all for now, I guess. Okay, let's just go kill the rest of these. I forgot that he had been knocked out. Oh, that's kind of sick. Check. Defender's Watch. That's really neat. Okay. We need to take a look at her. She needs those breaths. Good, good. She's got Shattered Stone, Mr. Fluff Bunny. 1 per encounter. Is this an AoE? Oh yeah, baby. That's good. Very nice. Okay, we got to get her there. Tyranny in a nutshell. Yeah. Oh, that wasn't turned on. Now it is. I need to look at everybody and see if... So, yeah, we want her blasting through these songs. So, song rate up. Good. Combo abilities, yeah. Those are good. We gotta get her some spells real quick. Let's look at everybody else. I didn't have his stance on. Fantastic. I'm an idiot. Drain strength. Dude, I think we just got this, didn't we? Reputation abilities. Cooldown. What is this? Iron tolling. Wiccan. Yeah. 1 per encounter. That's us and Barrick. What are the other combo abilities we have? 1 per rest. 1 per rest. Encounter. Encounter. There we go. Good there. Barrick. We actually need to... Wait. Wait! Let's do that. The combos. Yep. 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 Okay, he's good. Spells are good. 1 per rest. Okay. So we just gotta get her hooked up with some spells. That's it. Let's get her spells real quick. Her lore is still pretty low, actually. I'm pretty sure. 49 feels bad. Let's get some healing. Oh, bro, 50? Okay. 55. Range. 45. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, cooldown. I forgot we've gotten some new accents to use, which is nice. We'll sign that here on her. Core. We'll actually go ahead and... I don't think we have enough 60. Nope. Unravel Minds is actually good. We're at 40. Bleeding with Unravel Minds? Wow, that's fun. Dude, we're getting some cool stuff. Ah! God, she needs a little bit more lore, man. Range. Not going to be able to do anything else with that. Let's change this to... Dude, I love this, Lander. It's kind of weird to get used to because I hadn't seen it in any of the other, like, Pillars games. But I like it a lot, dude. It's really neat. It's really neat. Yeah, it's very cool, man. This is False Pit. I like False Pit. It's pretty cool. False Pit gives bleeding as well. That would be 55 though. Oh, well, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. But it's still a lot of fun even early on, and it's really neat, man. I'm having a blast with it. That would put us over. Accuracy. Let's do accuracy, and we'll assign that here. Yeah, because I'm bad at it. We actually have 2 more spell slots up here. So we'll have to get her hooked up. Called it. Let's get that's fire, yeah. The logical process. Yeah. Dude, if we only had 1 more lore skill point here, that'd be really nice. But it's alright. This is just healing from fire damage. Let's try to give her... This should be a... Yeah. Burns nearby enemies. Cone. Yeah. That should be good. One of the things that's really nice about this is like... You know, a lot of what PoE has as far as magic is like... You have to really be careful about the way everything's stated because so many of the AoE abilities can affect both your party members and the enemy, right? But a lot of these are just, it just hits the enemy. You don't have to worry about it hitting your party members, you know, which is really, really nice. Oh, bro. You need so much more lore. Whatever. We'll just assign it. We'll just get her a little bit of some AoE damage in here too. Some healing. Proning. Fine. And then we'll do... That'll work. 40 again. That's fine. Go there. No, no, no. You stop it. Reset. Fire. Fire, fire. We're going to do that. Let's boost this thing up. Strength. Oh, so close. Turn that off. 70. Yeah, let's go. Flash fire. Recovery at 80. Accuracy. What's the other one? Range. What does range do to it? 4 to 4.8. Let's go with that. Put that here. And go with this. Glass case of emotions. Put some bleeding in there too. Oh, baby. Up that range. Ah, 90 feels bad. That's fine. Sign that there. Let's go. Sorry, guys. Let's get it. Sorry.
Right.
I need to change. That's part of the problem. Now, first of all, go... He's actually the weakest of, We'll just do that. Save that. There's one other thing I need to do. Go to her. All our magic's in. Let's go. Nope. Hey, you. This is a party endeavor. Let's go. Be a part of this. Okay, we got some guys to kill down here.
I am a...
Oh, Glob, why are you... Oh, AI. Turn off. Raider. Get on that. You. False pit that. You. There. You.
Shield wall unto myself.
Whammo. Do this. What, I guess I didn't realize how that worked. Feels dumb. Throw that out.
I will aid you.
Okay. So it just happens around her? Let me read that again. Fatebinder rips a large chunk of stone from the earth, tosses it into the air. Siren then unleashes a shattering note in the boulder, causing it to explode and send raining stones down from the sky, damaging enemies in the area. Okay. That was really neat looking, though. That would be fun if anything gets around them. Get down here. You. Get down here as well. You. This way. You. This way. What are you doing? Oh, he cast it already. Go ahead.
Consider it done.
Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Yeah. Yeah. They done. That's so crazy, dude. The magic's bonkers.
Right.
We didn't kill everybody when we came through the first time because I thought if we went and finished the town up, maybe they would quit being aggro, because there's a character we talked to up here that was like against her leader, right? Can't remember her name right now, but it appears we're still gonna have to fight her, I guess. And now her name is just Raider. Weird.
Let's
Okay. Do that. You. False pit, dude. Wait, what? Blammo.
Can't do that.
Go there. You. Wait. You. That's that. You.
That can't be done.
From here. You. There. Go ahead and that. You. That.
on your knees.
Oh my glob, dude. Are you not casting what I thought you did? You cast it. Feels good. Let's go. Badly. Badly. Get wrecked. Did you not cast that off, dude? What's your deal? Here we go. Do another. Now, icicle that fire, baby. Dude, the magic is insane. It's so powerful, man. Bronze Brotherhood helm. That's money. Take it, man.
I got it.
Oh well, it's experience, I guess, yeah. Did we even see what was up here? Nothing, I guess. Okay, let's go. Well, that feels bad. I feel like that was an opportunity for them in the game to like, because we legit went and talked to that character we just killed before we talked to the leader of that group. And she was like, the leader sucks, I want to take over, da da da. And we were like, okay. And then we went and killed like the group in the city and came back and they were still aggro. So, I don't know. Let's go here. Wait, why? Countering Levian's crossing. An abrupt storm drives you into the shelter of the public house built under a colossal stone overhang. Travelers from across the tier share the space with you, warily eyeing one another in near silence until the thin stew, a thinner L, loosens the lips of the gathered. A wiry woman with a midnight skin sets a large gourd on a stone near the back of the cave. She challenges you to a game of daggers, in which players compete to throw identical knives. Orleans! We're playing Orleans! At a target. The person who hits nearest the center in 3 tries wins. The purse, she states, will be 20 copper rings. Cheat. Companion. We'll play. Stand and approach the woman, setting down your own twine-bound rings and challenge. The woman grins, turns, and hurls her first knife, beginning the game. We gained 20 copper rings. Let's go. You have gained favor. I hate how fast that goes away. She seems quite competent with a hurled blade, but you sink 2 daggers closer to the center of the gourd than her closest. Impressed, she offers you your winnings and purchases your next drink. Let's go. Oh, okay, here we go. Levian's Crossing. Favor. Cool. We got 20 rings. Feels good. It was weird. It took us back here and then just teleported us. I see. Alright. Corpse Eye. Well, if it ain't the big bad boss come to take a look at my wares. Handpicked from the finest of battlefield corpses, I can assure you. The Scarlet Chorus members' milky dead eyes roll in their sockets as he bows deeply, mocking you. What'll it be, boss? Corpse Eye, not really a name you come across every day. Unusual, yeah? His eyes, cloudy and scarred, bob unfocused in their sockets, and he grins at you, revealing several cracked or missing teeth. Fitting. Fitting? You tell me. You can't shake the eerie sense that, despite appearances, Corpse Eye is in fact able to see. After all, didn't you recently witness him fighting on the battlefield? Regardless, he doesn't seem to find his condition at all distressing. How'd you end up in the Scarlet Chorus? How does anyone, if not through piss poor luck? You know what happens when the chorus comes calling at your door and you don't open it? Worse than this, he warns, waving 2 fingers over his eyes. But I figure I've made my way of things, working for a Fatebinder now. What finer honor could there be, right? He laughs, chokes, and hawks a glob of spit at your feet. What do you think of the voices of Narat? If I were a betting man, which I am now thanks to the chorus, I'd put my rings on Narat. Any churl with 2 wits about him would do the same. The Scarlet Chorus member shrugs. I don't fear many things no more, but he's sure one. Why do you fear him? He's got a real means of making his problems go away, big or small. You don't want to be one of those problems. Okay. I'd like to talk. Sure, boss, you talk, I'll pretend to listen. I prefer one-sided conversations with figures of authority. It makes it real easy for me. What do you got in stock? We need so much money. Give me that. Barbed fur mantle. Thorns. Only kills in shadow. Kills in shadow is a companion? Spoilers. Spoilers, dude. What the crap? That's sick. Okay.
I got it.
I don't care. Verse, okay. Anything else? We can sleep. I don't care. So there wasn't really anything for us to do here, no? We got these two. Alright. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna... I need to make some more coffee. I'm gonna grab some coffee, make some coffee, take a quick bio break, and then we'll send it. We're actually... What we're gonna do next is... we're gonna go to the Stone Sea. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. Real quick. Missive. Your tone seems so cold, distant, and distrustful. It's almost like you've been paying attention all these years. Yes, I knew I learned about the wording of the edict, and while I did not advocate that you be sent, I did not disagree. Like it or not, you are young, fit, and entirely self-sufficient. You should be flattered to be trusted for the honor of proclamation. I'm asking about your experience because it's not every day that someone breaks an edict, let alone awaken a spire. If I had some insight into your experience, perhaps I could shed light on what happened, or get you in touch with someone who could. Fatebinder Regulus. Do we want to explain the experience as best we can or send a polite refusal? At this point, do we start acting like we're better than the other Fatebinders, you know? I think Regulus might have been one of the ones that was okay. But do we want to I want to take over the world. Do I want to explain maybe how we took control of the Spire? I don't think so. We keep this information to ourselves, I think. You seem to think I've learned nothing from my time in court. Whatever I tell you will just be used against me later. You have to settle for the written equivalent of a blank stare. Ah! Get wrecked. I like it. Yo, give me just a few minutes. I'm gonna grab some coffee, get some more coffee started, take a quick bio break, and I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Amazing. I'm so flippin' fortunate just to be able to do this every single day and hang out with you guys. I really am. The game's amazing. Lander, dude, it's so good to see you. So good to see Mad. I know both of you have been working your butts off here lately, but it's so great to see both of you. It's good to see everybody, but you know, we have some of our members that don't get to hang out all that often because of you know, life stuff and being away on the road and stuff. So Lander and Mad, it's good to see you guys because I know you don't get the chance to hang out very often. And Lander, the sub dude, incredible. Thank you so much. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. Give me just a few minutes. I'll be right back, all right? You guys are beautiful. Be right back.
Nothing could interest me less. Ugh, my joints are beginning to stiffen.
Woo. Sorry, chat. I'm really sorry. I'm moving slow today, man. So I actually spent like another 8 hours yesterday getting tattooed. um, so I'm a little bit sore. And just not moving quite as quick as I normally would. Yeah. So that's what like my entire evening was yesterday, was like laying in a tattoo chair. Totally worth, but it was like exhausting, and I'm totally spent today from it too. Ah, man. All right, we ready? Mm. Woo! Little bit sore. We're going. All right. Um, you want to go ahead and go to cacophony now? Okay, so that's just working for Tunon and reporting all the things that we find evidenced against the voices. Go to cacophony. Let's do the weight first. Let's do the weight first. Let's do that. Let's do that. And then we'll talk to voices on the way back. We didn't run into anything on the way there? That's crazy, man. Craziness! Oh, and this is it. Mr. Fatebinder. Alright, here we go, guys. You insufferable upstart. How dare you take my sermons on cynicism to heart? I expect you stupid youngsters to ignore me, not to actually listen to my wisdom. You're threatening the whole social order of things. Perhaps it's best you say little to me on these matters. Better you speak with the Honorable Fatebinder Myothis. Though I suppose Binder Emeritus is a more apt title, as she's free of official duties and idles her days in an estate up north, far from the war, far from watchful eyes. I am one of the few to whom she will speak. With my blessing, and if you curtail your attitude, she might share what she knows with you. On the reverse of this parchment, you'll find instructions to contact to Myothis. I encourage you to open up about the edict and your experience with the Spire. There is much you need to learn. Missive is archived.
do that.
Quill in hand, you loom over a blank sheet of parchment. You have Binder Myoth's contact information in hand and contemplate your opening words. She might share what she knows with you. Okay. This might be worth... Alright, to you, on the urging of my peer tutor, Fatebinder Regulus, he has found himself bereft of answers, a rare condition for him, and suggests you may be the only source of the answers I seek. If you will pardon the imposition, it would mean a great deal to learn what you know of Kyros' edicts and the magic of the spires. The mountain spire of the tears is awoken to my presence, an event that occurred moments after I resolved the edicts of Kyros, so it's critical that I learn just what has happened to me and what it all means. I thank you in advance for your consideration and wisdom. That'll work. We'll send that. Alright, let's go. Let's see what's going on here. Before we raid this place, let's talk. Cool air stirs your clothes as you step into the small workshop. Despite the lit forge you see against the back wall, a dark-robed woman stalks the center of the space, fingers dancing on her chin, eyebrows furrowed in thought. Sooty smears on her skin suggests she touches her face often. She spares you an initially dismissive glance, but follows it with a surprised double take. Oh, flippin' me, the Fatebinder. I mean, what brings you to my humble atelier? I take it you know me? Does anybody not? Spires don't exactly light up like the sun every day. Who are you? You sought me out, I assume you knew already. Or do you make a habit of walking into strangers' houses? I'm called Lycentia. I know my sigils, but mostly I'm a crafter. They keep me around for odd jobs, fixing tools, repairing armor, and generally trying to keep Halfgate from falling into the stone sea. Nice forge. Thanks, I made it myself, she chuckles. It looks so much like the forges you'll see in I mean the games look so much like pillars. You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm hungry. I'm particularly fond of the heat wards, not just on account of the comfort, keeps the place from going up in flames. Barring anything unusual, had the thought after. She frowns and drops into silence. After the Vellum Citadel, You gained 8 lore experience after the Vellum Citadel. Are you a sage? Is anyone anymore? Heard the school burned up. Lantry. Surprised you took notice. Lycentia here is a former sage. It's not that she ever officially left. It's more she got tired of life in the Citadel and never came back. I studied among the sages once, years ago. Worked for the royalty of Azure for a while after that. Nice work. Until Karen arrived. You, going to prosecute me? She looks you over. Depends on how helpful you are. Then let me ask again, why are you here? I need you to examine my friend Barrick. This one, I assume? He's pointy. Her gaze wanders around Barrick's assortment of sharp edges.
Damn it, Fatebinder. Why
Dang
can't
it,
you leave this
Fatebinder.
be?
Why can't you leave this be? Says Barrick. Leave what be? Says Lycentia. Currently, he's pretty bad at climbing, sneaking, swimming, and using the privy unassisted. I'd like you to address that. We might just go with 3. Get him out of that armor. Oh, I wonder if she can do something to... make the armor better. Is that what number 2 is? It makes the armor better and he's okay with it? Even if he's not able to get out of it? I'm just gonna go with 3.
Fatebinder, you know as well as I that Tunon forbade this. I cannot be complicit.
Fatebinder, you know as well as I that Tunon forbade this. I cannot complicate. You're oath-bound to follow my orders, Barrick, so I order you to stand still and shut up. I promise you that this will be for the best, friend. Let me deal with the legal ramifications.
As you command.
Tell him to shut up. As you command, Fatebinder. A grinding issues from the depths of the twisted armor. I assume that you want to come out with all your bits regardless, right? Then hold still and quiet down. Before anything else, I need to ask you a few questions. What manner of questions? Just answer the questions, Barrick. I won't ask anything political or tactical, only matters personal. Hardly reassuring. First, have you ever engaged in sexual congress? What? I don't... How can that... That can't be relevant. Barrick sputters. He doesn't understand the first thing about mystic sympathy, does he? The smith frowns and looks to you. Yeah, Barrick, mystical sympathies and such. It's important, Barrick, particularly in the case of a possible convergence of arcane energies to rule out resonant adulteration. Gain loyalty with Barrick. You gain 9 lore. Let's go. I suppose that sounds reasonable. The armor has prevented anything from happening recently, regardless of whether or not I wanted it to. Before that, well, the Legion is... I spent people I cared for deeply. We are the pride of the North, strong and beautiful. He creaks quietly. And that's all I shall speak of it. I have never passed time with a mage, or archon, oathbound, beastwoman, or anything else unusual. Nothing unusual? I've always heard that there's a special bond between a disfavored officer and their subordinates. Is there anything you are unwilling to soil with your perversion, witch? You wore forge-bound armor during the conquest, right? Smith nods. And prior to it, was it sigil-woven, enchanted against harm? I do not believe so. It was iron. Have you had sigils of any kind branded into your skin? I bear the mark of the disfavored and nothing else. Mark of the disfavored. The general sigil, or rather what of it the Overlord's decree allows. Many members of the Legion scar themselves with it, binding their loyalty into their flesh and blood. It marks us family. I've heard it said that Graven Ash protects, The sages had no direct knowledge of the Archon of War's abilities, but there were many, many theories. I don't suppose you can provide any concrete information. You ask me to reveal the great general's secrets to a mage? That is too much. If you don't tell her, she can't help you. Loyalty. The general touches each of us in every battle. He lends us strength, salves our wounds, and grants us the coordination to act as a single unbreakable unit. The shadowed eye slits in his helm focus on you. And you do not need repairs or maintenance on the armor, I presume? Aside from oiling it and filing down the pointier bits, no. Wait, how did you know that? Metal grinds quietly. The smith stares at Barrick in thoughtful silence before retrieving from the forge a long bar of iron. Its end glowing red from the heat. She holds it out to you. Take it. We're just going to take it. Next, you'll want to stick that into him through his armor. It's going to hurt regardless, but I suspect quicker would be better. She leans toward you, lowering her voice. Stab Barrick. Howling in agony, Barrick staggers backwards, grasping at his side. The smell of burnt flesh hits your nostrils a moment later. Reaching down, Lysindia grabs an iron rod and tugs it from Barrick's side, eliciting another scream of pain. She takes a step back as his gauntlet swings out in a wild attempt to backhand her. Flipping crap on an ill-starred beast mother of butts. What in the great general's name, woman? Barrick, it'll be okay, Barrick. You faced worse. You've gained loyalty with Barrick. A hiss issues forth from within his helmet. I suppose that's true, though usually with a bit more warning. He twists his torso in an attempt to get a look at the wound. Amazing. Smith holds up a sizzling metal prod, drawing a sigil in the air with her free hand. Examine the wound. You bend close to the wound, but Barrick's hand is clamped over the hole in his side, obscuring your view. Move your flipping hand, soldier. With slow reluctance, Barrick moves his gauntleted hand from the hole in his side. You peer through the hole in the oxidized bronze and iron shell, willing yourself to ignore the mixing smells of cooked meat and fetid human waste. You see the ragged, oozing flesh beneath, a gasping red cavity pulsing in time with Barrick's labored breath. Even as you watch, the wound seems to close. Bronze-colored skin knitting together at the edges like a slow closing mouth. It's not merely the skin, however. Barrick's armor cage slowly shifts and flows, incrementally reducing the aperture. Are you seeing this too? Put your finger in it? No. What? Lander. No. That's a bad idea. Do it? No, guys, for real? Do you really want me to put my finger in there? If you guys want me to do it, I'll do it. Oh, this coffee is so good. Pinky. Lander. God dang, dude. You feel Barrick's muscles tensing as your fingers move along them, slick and quivering. You sense other energies within which send a warm buzzing along your nerves. One feels distant, unfamiliar. The other reminds you of the overlord. Fatebinder? His armor seems to be healing just like his flesh. I was afraid it was going to, Hill our finger in there with the armor, dude. 8 lore experience. Exactly, and the edges. If she's making any attempt to hide her excitement, she's failing spectacularly. The armor and flesh hill is 1. Is that a standard property among the disfavored? She straightens, peering into Barrick's mismatched eyes. No, not to my knowledge. If he and his armor hill is 1, they're likely mystically bound together. More lore, baby, let's go. Indeed, Tunin likes them smart, I take it. The question remains, though, why does this happen? She smiles appreciatively at you. I have a working theory, but what I can't make out is what differentiates you from the other disfavored who served in a blade grave. Maybe it's some trick of the blood, maybe it's your connection to the Fatebinder, maybe something else. But I barely knew the Fatebinder prior to Vindrian's Well. There's a lot we don't understand about how the world works. Kyros' strictures against literacy and inquiry don't exactly help. She glances at you. I'm not going to turn you in. I appreciate that, Fatebinder. Sentinel Stand Outskirts is now unlocked on the world map. Before I can suggest a solution, I need a sample of an alloyed iron and bronze from the site of your entrapment. About this much should do. She holds open her palms about 6 inches apart. We'll get you the sample. Then I await your return. She turns from you, peering thoughtfully into her slack tub and the iron rod within. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to start trying to at least hold on to an amount of heavy armor in case we're able to get Barrick out of this locked set that he's in. Because if we're able to get him out, we need to have something to equip him with, probably. So that's going to be the play moving forward. Sample, okay. We should have gotten some... Where's Barrick? We got a bunch more loyalty with Barrick right there, which was really cool. We've had a lot of fear with Barrick for a long time now, but we just upped a lot of loyalty with him. An amount, anyways. What you got? What you got in here? Light leather helm. Take that. Bronze javelin. Fine. Take that. Can anybody use this stuff? Yeah. Same. No, so we'll sell that. Is this better? Accuracy recovery. One-handed and thrown. Fine. This is probably much better than the bronze throwing dagger. Yeah. Accuracy goes down, though. DPS way up. Recovery down. But getting up close with it... That's fine. Let's do that. Yeah. Okay. That'll work. That'll work. Let's do that. Of rogues. What's her lore at now, by the way? Okay. Oh, his lore's up to 80. Let's go, dude. It might have already been. I just wasn't paying attention. Well, cool, man. Sentinel Outskirts. Should we go to Cacophony now? I think this is going to I mean, all of this is considered main quest stuff, right? Which is weird. Primary, Vendrian's well. This is just getting the towers. Barrack, Coffany. We're gonna have to come back here anyways. Let's just go down here. 2 days, 11 hours. We're not gonna get stopped? Wow. Okay. Mr. Fluff Bunny, do you remember your training under Blood and Mark? I remember mine. Funny to think that you and I are about a century apart, but to Blood and Mark, we are all children. I'm now the oldest of the court's children, and I've seen much in my time. It's probably for the best everyone assumes I'm old, harmless, and worth shuffling away in the archives. If I were scrutinized too closely, I'm sure Tunin would find I've grown lax in my spoiled old age. Part of why I'm here... Excuse me. Part of why I am where I am is that I've kept my head down. You appear to be doing the opposite. In some regards, this is beyond your control. You were chosen for the honor of proclaiming Kyros' edicts twice. To decline would have meant death, but to accept means to be placed on the stage for all to see. Kyros' most powerful weapon is not the edict. It's her ability to hand us rope that we willingly use to hang ourselves. Never forget this. There are numerous questions nestled in your request. What is it you wish to know most? Focus your inquiry, and I will answer as best I can. Fatebinder Myothis. Ask about the spires. Let's go spires. It seems wise to know one's own domain, and seeing as I'm now the master of the mountain spire, I thought I'd learn all that I can. If you would share with me what you know of the spires, I would be in your debt. I'll start with what I know and have observed so far. The mountain spire seemed to awaken about the same instant that Kyros' edict of execution was put to rest. There was a burst of arcane energy that drowned out my senses, and I awoke at the summit of the spire in what seemed to be just a few heartbeats of time. Atop the spire is an old sculpture of sorts, and it seems to be the core of the spire's mystic energy. I've been seeing visions and receiving sensations from the sculpture. It seems odd to describe it as talking to me, but that seems the closest analogy. Am I the first to report such things? There are other spires elsewhere in the world, correct? Send it. Send it, chat! Let's go. Now let's look around here. Light leather.
Slow and steady.
Low and steady, baby. Turtle wins the race, you know what I'm saying? Love that Java. So we're going to be fighting out here. It's going to be nasty. Get that save. Oh, that's weird. If what Rogan said is true, and I mean, I trust Rogan, that they're not planning on making, you know, Obsidian's not planning on making any more CRPGs, that sucks, dude. I mean, never say never. but that does suck. They're very good at it. The blistering winds of the Edict of Storms rounded the stones of these walls, dusting them in iron bronze, and yet they persist. Here's what I need to do. Auto pause. On combat start. Enemy spotted. Hidden object found. Okay. Okay, can you just...
Sorry.
Hello? Bronze Tower Shield. Fine. Hello.
Can't.
Is he wearing a common? Okay. One parry, one dodge. Zowie. Easy there. Oh, fantastic. And it puts my tank in back. Crimson flashes among the torn terrain of the Blade Grape as a gang emerges from the landscape around you. They're hardened men and women with well-weathered skin and narrow eyes. Their piecemeal leather armor graced with notes of bronze. Fatebinder, so nice of you to finally show up. Careless spark. A woman steps forward, grinning at you with small, uneven teeth and wrapped tightly in the fur and leathers of a bloodchanter. A tangled mass of sooty, wind-blown hair drapes her shoulders, and her large eyes scrutinize you hungrily. Beautiful scenery, no? Truly displays the indiscriminate artistry of our overlord. Am I supposed to know who you are? Name's Careless Spark. Ridiculous. You're telling me yourself, but I think it suits. Gets to the core in a way the mother name never did. Get on with it and tell me what you want. I don't expect you're willing to sell that ironclad services to us. The Archon of Secrets would be wildly, ridiculously grateful to have a personal audience with him. What does the Archon of Secrets want with Barrick? Your heavy friend survived an edict and came out stronger for it. You think the voices wouldn't be a mite bit curious? We can't spare Barrick, dude. He's our tanky boy. And I like Barrick, dude. He's a good listener. We're just gonna attack. Sound good? Everybody cool with that? Attack! I need coffee. 1 minute. Yeah, let's attack. I think I'd speak for both Barrick and myself when I tell you we'd sooner see him dead than in the hands of the voices. That's the wisest sentiment I've heard in days. Shall we rid the tears of this filth then? Siren, nice. I thought it might come to this in the end. Let's see if you live up to your legend. She sighs and hests her staff as her gang moves to attack. Barrick. Move front, bro. False Pit, Careless Spark. You. Cast that. You. Dude, that's a lot. Holy crap, dude. We got a whole flipping thing going on here. This is going to be rough.
I suppose I can do that.
Okay. Get up here. What did he do? Did he get it off? He did. That, you. You already cast? Yeah. Do this. She's getting wrecked. Holy crap. Bloodhound. Might not have gone too well.
Are you afraid of death?
There we go. That feels good. Now you. No. Do this. Come up here. Okay. That. You. Oh, she's getting wrecked, dude. Holy crap. Are you not healing, dude? Heal her, bro. Now, what is she doing?
At once.
Get wrecked. Near death. Near death. Okay, let's do that. False pits. That. That out.
On your knees, worm!
Oh, they're dead, dude. Holy crap. Let's go. You. Out here. You. Here. You. False pit. You. False pit. That hurt. Oh, dude, she got knocked. Holy crap. Feels bad. Jeebus. Oh, okay. That was a lot of enemies, man. Move down here. Go here. Keep going. Actually, do that. You. We have so many combo abilities I should have used. I just wasn't thinking. Heal yourself.
Consider it done.
Get wrecked. Here. You.
I'll take care of it.
You. Magic. Dead. Let's go. Another gang of crimson corpses made of trespassers upon the blade grave. Let us claim what brought us here, he sighs. Pollux's bracers. Swift. Removes weapon switch recovery penalty. Okay. Well, actually, those are heavy, right? We'll keep them there. Horde boots, lights. Those are probably just going to get sold. What is this, though? Iron brand. Sear the counterclockwise twist into the flesh of Scarlet Chorus recruits. Cannot endure the searing mark or deemed unfit for even the most menial chore in the chorus. Such unfit recruits become teamsters or corpses, depending on their capacity for manual labor. You can sell this to a merchant as spare parts. Fashioned in great number by the overworked smiths of the Candle Mountains, each recruitment brand has its own unique size and style of curl, as well imperfections and deformities that come from the hurried fabrication process. The lack of a uniform brand creates cliques, amongst the Scarlet Chorus. All recruits that share the same brand share memories of being burned and marked for life by the same person. Neat, dude. Neato. Neato, gang. You take these. You take that.
Right.
Get wrecked, dude.
Will this do? It is nigh the size of a kite sheep. You have your rock. Let us leave this place.
Something bothering you, Barrick?
I have repeatedly
asked you to leave
Yet you
this be,
persist.
yet you persist. Do you think that you act in my interest? Do you think you know
Do you
better
think
than
you know better
I
than
where
I
my interest lies? Cross our arms and say nothing. He petulantly mirrors the gesture. There was no ambiguity in the Archon of Justice's ruling. More ambiguity than you might think. The flexibility of the law is in the
I may
details.
never understand you clerks of the court. Saying one thing and plotting another. all in the name of justice.
Peering at the ground for several seconds, Barrick says nothing and then turns his attention back to you.
This place haunts me, Fatebinder. These walls, these lands, they were hard once, but they possessed an austere beauty. The general saw them for what they were. Lands well worth fighting for. The winds that day, they swept everything aside. They tumbled tearsmen and livestock like children's playthings. The dust choked our mouths and eyes. Trees appeared as if by magic, only to be smashed into splinters against stones. And those splinters cut like knives.
Go on.
We were no fools. We knew what had fallen upon us, and we took cover as best our iron shields and the general's protection allowed. Yet the wind tore us away, one by one. Some silent, some screaming. Now only I remain. In this state.
His gauntlet rings against his breast, cutting off any possible
Take
response.
the metal to your smith, or do not. There's nothing further to be said. Let us leave.
Can't do that. I got it.
Let's go. Encountering the Stone Sea. After a few hours of difficult travel through an area with dense undergrowth, you happen upon a small stream where you can refill your water skins and wash the sweat from your brow. Nearby, you spot a large copse of narrow trees with leaf-bearing vines coiling around their trunks. As the vines snake upward, dozens of thin yellowish-green stems spring forth along the plant's cane. Some of them stiff and upright, others drooping downward like long hairs. At the end of these stems, an explosion of bright orange berries radiate outward, ripe and abundant. To your eye, they appear to be bristleberries. They are a very distinctive fruit, nutritious and energizing. They are also, unfortunately, exceedingly similar in appearance to bristlebane, a berry that is tolerated by beastmen and animals, but rather toxic to humans. Examine. Clustered together in the tight drupelets, the berries vary from bright orange to a yellowish-orange color. The size of each individual fruit differs slightly between bristleberry and bristlebane, but it's very difficult to determine without the two side by side. Examine the vine's leaves. The leaves extending from the main vine are bright green and lobed, with edges resembling undulating hills. This matches an old saying you recall about the berries. Leaves like hills, safe from chills. Leaves like rain, unending pain. Rub them against your skin. Better to test with your skin rather than your stomach. You break off a cluster, mashed berries between your fingers, revealing the tiny pits inside. Working in slow circles, you rub them against your arm for a few seconds. Your skin remains free of any stinging rash, which you take as a good sign. Eat them. You adopt a cautious approach, filling your pouch with berries while eating only a single cluster. Fruit is sweet and tart, surprisingly juicy for its size, and the thought of immediately eating another handful is tantalizing, but you restrain yourself. With the stream as your guide, you follow the dense forest, and eventually reach the main road with little difficulty. Rush of sugar and euphoria puts a spring in your step. Certain you spotted your edible berry from the toxic, you tear into your pouches and devour the berries. Invigorated by every bite, satisfied, you bound down the road, revitalized for the journey to come. Refreshed. We are refreshed! Cool. That was neat. Love those berries. I wait. We ended up having again. I kind of grew up like in a fairly rural area, and we had a tree that started growing uh, berries in the back in our backyard whenever I was a little kid. And we found out it was a mulberry tree, and I used to go back there and just like try to get as many mulberries off that tree as I could before the birds would get to it. You know, they were really, really good. You're back. Did you secure the alloy? Give it here. She opens her palm and regards you with an enthused grin. Here. What do you plan on doing with it? First, I'll poke, prod, and otherwise examine it. What comes after that depends on what I find after the poking and prodding. Give the sample. Lost fused iron and bronze alloy. Oh, fantastic. She accepts the alloy and placed it on her anvil. Mumbling, she traces her fingers in the air, forming a series of sigils. With rapt attention, Barrick watches the smith move about the sample, examining it from several angles. He says nothing, though when the faceplate of his helm shifts towards you, there's accusation in his eyes. Heh. A few other thoughtful sounds follow as she continues her examination. A revealing cantrip and some aimless grunting. Oh, come on. I could have managed this. This will do. This will most certainly do. She straightens, nodding vigorously. Lycentia brings her hands together again in a single sharp clap. It's going to take me a little time to work out the rock's properties, but this is a promising start. I assume that you will be stabbing it with a hot iron rod as well. Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Of course not. His armor grinds against itself with a howl. Pull up a stool or crate and make yourselves at home. This shouldn't take too long. A few hours pass as Lycentia bombards the sample from the blade grave with a combination of hammering and spellwork. She heats it, submerges it in water, shapes it, reads it in lightning, and causes it to levitate in the air. Eventually, she pauses, studying the metal and tapping her chin. Find anything? I'd sure as stones say I did. The alloy absorbs and retains mystical energy, specifically in the form of magical effects, she grins. In theory, a weapon crafted of it could retain its enchantment for decades, at least, maybe longer. What does this mean for Barrick? It means your curiosity is sated. It means we can continue our true mission and forget this heretical quest. You live your entire life in service to Graven Ash and Overlord. The added burden of this armor is ridiculous. I like both. He usually responds pretty well to us just like calling him a soldier and telling him to shut up. So two's fine. Um, I'm gonna go with one because that's kind of how I feel. That's why I'm still pursuing this. He asked us to try to see if we could get Tunin to allow the armor to get removed. Tunin said no. That's why he's against it now. But we're still pursuing it because I do feel like it's a huge burden. As it should be. I don't suffer this armor because it is just. I suffer it because it is Kyros' will, and I am Kyros' servant, as you have often claimed to be. Fortunately, separating Barrick from this armor may not be as easy as one imagines. Perhaps if I'd gotten to him immediately after the edict. As is, Barrick is alloyed with his armor as the iron is with the bronze. She gestures towards the sample. Simply put, Ash's ability to shield his soldiers has spread to the armor, likely due to the edict's power. Each wound taken by soldier and armor are one, and they heal as one, with flesh and metal fusing together. She intertwines her fingers. So long as Barrick remains under the Archon of War's power, he remains in the armor. The longer he remains in his armor, the more it will become an integral part of him. Hmm. To Barrick, you're a lot of trouble, you know. Can we remove the Aegis? Short of the death of the Graven Ash or him rescinding his patronage over Barrick, I see no way to free Barrick from the Archon's power.
Neither is an acceptable solution. This shell, onerous though it may be, protects me and serves you. Without the great general or the disfavored, I have no purpose.
Oh, come on, you big crybaby. I'm sure there's a siege engine somewhere in need of a counterweight.
Thank you. Please keep searching for a better way. Okay. My pleasure, Fatebinder. If I uncover anything of value, I'll dispatch a bird immediately. Speak with Barrick.
I was better off not knowing, Fatebinder.
Well, now you know.
That the Archon's protection, the very thing to which I owe my life, keeps me imprisoned in this shell.
Shakes his head violently, throwing sparks where his helm meets his curious.
Ignorance of how deeply cursed I am was the only blessing remaining me.
There's a simple way to remove the Aegis. We slay Graven Ash. I like that. Evil!
Blasphemous madness! Slay an Archon! Not any Archon, but that of war? The great general himself? Were such a course even tenable, I would never do it. Graven Ash is like a father to me, and to every other member of the Legion.
My Legion very soon.
No choice exists here. This armor remains my cage, as Kyros willed. I can accept that. I hope that you can too.
Fear not, Barrick. We will get you out of that armor soon enough. Greetings, Mr. Fluff Bunny. You are correct. There are spires all across Terratus. The exact distribution of these monuments fuels all sorts of debate and speculation, but two facts seem commonplace. Most spires are built near old walls. Your mountain spire is a notable exception, and nearly every culture that predated Kyros has some local myth to explain the builders of these spires. I believe the Tiersmen cite the older realms as their local name for the spire old walls architects, but nobody knows for sure. And of course, where Kyros has brought proper civilization, the origin of the spires simply isn't discussed in good company. Here's what I think you need to know. First, the spires behave as arcane lodestone. There's a constant field of magical strength around a spire. If you imagine a mystic sea resting atop a world, the spires seem to spin and churn this magic. Creating a spell cast with even modest effort will materialize with powerful results. Second, I'd say most tellingly, Kyros has laws against entering the old walls, but there are no laws against the spires. You could infer from this that means Kyros has no issue with the lay folks messing with the spires, but wishes to keep us safe from the old walls. Or you could think like an overlord and know that if you place a rule against something, you make it forbidden and desirable. Now, I find it telling that Kyros forbids the hallways that leads to the spires, but does not paint a target on the spires themselves. Last but not least, as a young Fatebinder, I once had to oversee the case of a man who had built a shrine to Kyros around the base of a spire in the far southeast. I could find no evidence of falsity or slander. His shrine was a most reverent and loving tribute as I've ever seen. At one point, though, this man claimed he had evidence that Kyros was here back in -50. He had merely uttered these words, and my senior binder swung the axe then and there. Being the new girl at the court, I said nothing, but I have long wondered why such a comment should require death instead of the traditional removal of the tongue. Inquire about edicts in their nature. Send it. Weird. Huh. Okay. Well, we're already here. Let's go to Cacophony. I'm gonna grab snack. Just a second. Need snack. Need snack, chat. 1 second. Right back, right back. All right. Got snack, chat. Got snack. What was that? A cashew? Here, open up. Yum. Oh, goodness, man. Tired. Tired, chat. All right, let's go steal this helmet from the voices. I want this helmet. What is this? What the poop is this? Brighton? Oh, he's frightened because we're here, huh? Welcome to Cacophony, Fatebinder. Your rat said to be expecting you. What can you tell me about Cacophony? It's the main stronghold of the Scarlet Chorus and the Tears. All chorus groups have some of their people here. Horde, Scarlet Furies, Blood Chanters, Bloodhound, even the Beastmen. Everybody's got their own section of the camp. Better that way. Keeps the brawling to a minimum. Got a merchant here if you need to buy anything. There's also the quartermaster, but Narat's got to give him the say. So before you're allowed to get your hands on the chorus goods, we're going to find voices. Northeast corner of the map. Near the only real buildings left. If he's not on his throne, he's wandering not too far from it. Alright, let's go this way then. Hey, what's in there?
I could bend that apart.
What? Wow. Blood-soaked mantle. Recovery, negative 15% recovery time while has wounds. Most mage guilds eschew superstition and believe none of the tales that the clothing of a murdered man can augment one's performance in battle. Blood chanters, considered exiles of the accepted magical norms, are less discriminating. She has wounds right now, right? Oh no, no wounds! Wait.
I'll do it right away.
Where are you going, dude? Dum-dum, get back here. Oh man, this is gonna suck. Okay, wait. That was weird. Fine for now.
I got it.
I'm not allowed to sell you anything. Let's go. Hey, what's in there? Hey! Yo ho ho and a mug of mead. That's the way that goes, right? That's the right song? Okay. Single notch, we need the bodies, you mewling pissers! Face red, veins popping in her neck, the Scarlet Fury screams as the horde clustered before her. She waves her arms wildly as she shouts, almost dance-like in her agility, a blade clutched in her hand. Unlike you, conquered pig nuts, these conscripts can survive a battle. Deliance. One of the horde members spits a blackish mix of herbs and phlegm at the Scarlet Fury's chest. So they say to save their necks, but what good's the word of oathbreakers and cowards? Furious and nearly faster than the naked eye can follow, she slashes a return strike. A splotch of red blooms across the offending spitter's chest, a match to her fresh sputum stain. The crowd tenses like a coiled spring, ready to hurl themselves into a bloody fracas. What's going on here? Fatebinder, yes, Fatebinder, good of you to come along. The horde representative sneers and straightens himself taller, feeling self-important in the moment. You just saved this Fury's neck. Hardly. She licks the edge of one blade, then uses it to smooth her newly mused black hair back. Though the Fatebinder may yet stay me from smearing the ground with your blood. Blood! You find me in the blood. A dang slew of oathbreakers came crawling to us less than a fortnight ago. So we trussed the lot up like beastmen for roast. Why should we welcome liars and defectors to guard our backs? The horde member spits again, but aims to the side this time, careful to avoid hitting the Scarlet Fury. Come now, Fatebinder, you're a clever sort. Tell us your thoughts. We ought to throw them in the pit. Let the lone survivor join us. It's the way of the chorus, right? Right, boss? The pit serves for merriment and to weed out fin-sucked weaklings like you. Fury snaps at the horde member. Turning to you, she adds, in this case, it would be but a waste of resources. These are part of the splinter that held off the disfavored at Vendrian's Well for many months. We should interrogate them into my unit of Furies. You want me to weigh in? If I do, it'll be as an official envoy of the courts and irrevocable for all parties involved. Scarlet Fury cocks a nod of agreement. I'll be sated just to have the squabbling done with. But we can't win a war with only fish-necked slatterns and a sea of blood. We need skilled fighters to wield our blades. Dalliance. We might be made of tearsmen, but we're loyal to Kyros. The chorus ain't an open cattle call to any turncoat who's got a sharpened weapon and a decent pair of boots. He licks a sooty thumb in thought. Toss them in the pit, boss, and I'll donate a share of the proceeds to you. They fight in the pits to ensure survival is traditionally initiated into the chorus. Let's go. We got 1,000 rings. The Bruges man grins wide, and you can see he's missing several teeth on the left side of his mouth. Thought you might see it our way, boss. Tradition's a fine thing after all. It keeps society moving. Fear with Siren. Every chorus member allowed to live? Even if it's only one? Is one more body that spreads filth through the land. This is unacceptable. Whatever. Whatever. Who are you?
See
Hello.
that?
Hey, we found some Sveth. Where's Mr. Fluff Bunny at? Called Karn's Leaf here, but that's Sveth, dude. We know this is Sveth.
Can't do that. Can't do that.
I have no idea why Narat Brothers bothers keeping the Bloodhounds around. They're useless. Okay. Nobleman's hat, cloth. There for now. Rumble, rumble. No, no resting. Save that. That's weird. 7 toes.
Interesting.
Wait, why did it pause? That was weird. We loot all. Voices wants to speak with you. Don't keep him waiting. Alright, let's go. Regard you with an unreadable expression, the Voices does. The Voices of putridity. It is the fate of all, and yet so many of us are obsessed with making every waking moment leading up to it a fresh new misery. Is that our favorite Fatebinder? If you had not guessed, we were contemplating the outcome at Vendrian's Well. As if proclaiming and resolving the same edict weren't impressive enough, we found the temerity to reject Graven Ash and support our right to conquer these lands. You deserve a just reward when this is over, but it's too early to congratulate ourselves while there's plenty of war still to fight. Favor. We never forget a kindness, and you showed plenty to our gangs in the Stalwart campaign. Let it never be said that the Voices forgets a friend in need. Ah, our songbird. How are you, dear? It's been so long since you visited Cacophony. We had worried that you forgot Uncle Narat. He opens his arms to embrace Siren. While I might not be able to get inside that head of yours, Uncle, I am more than capable of turning this camp against you. It might cost me my life, but if it kept you from touching me, it would be worth it. Step back, or our reunion will be blood-soaked. Ha ha! I like it. That's awesome. Sorry, guys. I'm having to eat stuff right now. I'm peckish. I'm such a dork. The Voices of Narat. We look forward to catching up in time. You won't always follow at the Fatebinder's Hills, will you, dearest? He turns to you. What do you need to know? We're dizzy with answers. I want to ask you about your power. You're a remarkable person. We must concede to your flattery, but we can't boast anything as incredible as power, can we? The green smoke behind his mask forms a crude smile. They say you're an interrogator without equal. What's your secret? Through powers you can't begin to understand, the Voices of Narat stills the minds and knowledge of his victims. You know this happened often during the campaign against the Tears. What he gains from his ability beyond his apparent madness is anyone's guess. You know better than to ask him about it directly. Let's just go for it. We're full of secrets, and we can't be expected to share them with the adoring masses. We're certain that you have a few of your own and wouldn't want them brought to light. Is empty green eye sockets stare with intensity. But we do love a flatterer, don't we? A kind word here and there is enough to melt the coldest heart, of which we have several. I'm ready to learn anything you'll teach me. You are? Are you sure you know what you're suggesting? It's your funeral, not that they'll find a body. Teach you? Impudent, ambitious little morsel. Our lessons come at a steep price. He chuckles, sending a gust of putrid green smoke across the gap between you. You'll come to learn of us in time, observing the workings of cacophony. Observe your grand design. One day, our talents will be laid bare for you. You hear the voices in your head. Would you follow us to the end of ends and seek your reward for faithful service? There are wonders to behold, Fatebinder, such wonders as you cannot imagine. This you already know. Have you ever tried to absorb another Archon? It amuses us to no end that you would bring that up. A brave question, full of meaning of questions, of challenge. The Archon makes a determined fist and stares into you. We have had occasion to execute an Archon or two when Bled Mark was unavailable. This was all within the limits of the law. You understand. Someone gets an inflated sense of self-importance and decides to start their own small empire, and we step forward to volunteer our services. The experience was always less fulfilling than we had hoped. Their personality succumbs to us, but none of their power. A waste of potential, we call it. What happens after you interrogate someone? Are you sure you want to know, Fatebinder? Let me make one thing clear. No matter how it starts, it always ends the same way, with a horrible death. It's a transcendent experience. The subject and I, we grow to trust, depend upon, and even love each other. We have long since learned the pain and intensity of our conversation make strange bedfellows. Applied together, anything can happen. Is your knowledge limitless? Without a question. We know many things beyond the pure purview of the disgusting farmers and merchants you'll find outside of our vaunted stronghold. Much more than any of them could learn in 100 lifetimes. When you know as much as we do, this much will seem obvious. He leans comfortably closer to whisper. Nothing is limitless, child. Let me ask about something else. Would you tell me something about yourself? Why, we're honored that you would ask. As a child, we once dreamed of standing before an endless staircase. Once you took your first step, you couldn't go back down. It's funny how much of life works that way, but we suspect that isn't what you want to know. A puff of green mist swirls from behind his mask, taking the form of a smile before dispersing. Yes, that's exactly it. Tell me more. You want more? Well, we are happy to indulge. We once challenged the Archon of Winds for a foot race. We won by planting a lackey at the finish line beforehand, wearing a believable replica of our mask. We got to call her the Archon of Gullibility for a decade. The Archon prattles on for several minutes, abruptly changing the subject just when your attention wanes. It's like we always said, if the Beastman tribe recognized a quarter of their potential, they could devastate Kyros' forces. He continues on to the next subject without pausing or giving you room to speak up. Keep listening. Tunon's gavel is only as powerful as his lawful right to wield it. Think about that. Does it muddle your senses to imagine how? As he goes on, you feel as if this good-natured discussion is entering dangerous territory. I know you might not understand this right now. This is Siren talking. I know you might not understand this right now, but it has been talking for a very long time. Can we leave? Keep listening. Voices of Narat. But have you plumbed the ocean's depths or peered into the spaces between stars? If people saw the world through our eyes, they wouldn't call us mad. We once dropped the seventh eye down a crevice just to see what was at the bottom. We were surprised to find you don't remember how the conversation got here, and that frightens you. Keep listening. The Archon talks at great length, leading you down a labyrinth of rhetoric, at once alien and fascinating, sensible and mad. While the voices could sway masses, you get the impression that he is just as accustomed to jabbering to himself in isolation. You leave the experience in numb disbelief, wondering what you've taken away from the exchange. That was incredible. Thank you. Favor with Scarlet Chorus. The pleasure is ours, resplendent Fatebinder. It isn't rare that we have a captive audience, but it is always amusing. Curious about your history. By all means then, would you pry secrets from our green flame, or luxuriate in the calming wind of our brilliance? Well, you cannot. Every secret is as precious to us as 1,000 lies, and we will consign you to the interrogators if we find you stealing even a recipe for hardtack. I don't wish to steal your secrets, Archon. Only learn from your brilliance. Favor with voices. The voice of Narat regards you with an unreadable expression. Have at us, then! You may question us to your heart's content. Show no mercy. Your body, the green flames. Why? We are greater than your confines. No stable form can house our magnificence. The flames about his neck flare out to form a regal collar. No mind could house our intellect. No body could entrap our skill. We are an all-consuming fire, unfixed and resplendent. You are art. You've gained favor with the voices of Narat. You've gained favor with Scarlet Chorus. Yes, and you are a receptive audience. You understand us more than many have tried or ever will. Tell me of your rise to power. In our youth, we were the youngest scion of House Narat. These would be the early years of Kyros' reign, if numbers make any difference to your fragile matter. The Northern Empire wasn't the bastion of order and peace as we know it today. Our gracious overlord contended with sedition and lawlessness from his subjects, from his enemies, and even the noble house of Narat. Siren. Yes, I'm sure you were all so incredibly noble. Let me guess, your father was in debt to 100 brothels, sorry. Your father was in debt to 100 brothels, and your mother drugged herself senseless so she didn't have to deal with looking at you. Voices of Narat. We would continue without your commentary, Songbird. He shoots her a piercing look, flaring up the green flames in his eyes. Voices of Narat. Whispers spread, as whispers do. House Narat never lacked a petty neighbors and bitter rivals. In petty neighbors and bitter rivals. You must remember that these were delicate years for the Overlord. An accusation of treason was as damning as treason itself. Something had to be done before we fell under the shadow of our family's guilt. How did you escape the shadow of guilt? We did what came naturally, of course. We took initiative. Before any accusations could fly, we had our family driven to the city square and pilloried among the masses of Kyros' unfaithful. Before the shocked eyes of the community, we interrogated them one by one, flaying their skins with tanners' knives and putting their loyalties to the test. Father, mother, sister, aunts, all of them questioned, all of them found guilty. Tortured your own family? We tortured enemies of Kyros for the safety of the Empire. It was our ardent hope that someone would recognize the justness of our act, the uncompromising need to carve a place for ourselves outside of our unfortunate family. Were they guilty? We don't remember. We remember choosing to survive, and we remember the sound of skin peeling away from muscle. The rest was formality. It was all a demonstration for the Overlord. This one can be trusted. A message that was gratefully received. Our devotion to Kyros was the terror and pride of the community. The son of Narat had grown to something greater than our family name. In time, the Archon of Misery heard tell of our deeds and invited us to a better life. House Narat needed to be cleansed of treachery. Favor with Scarlet Chorus. If you truly believe so, then you are beginning to think like an Archon. You said the Archon of Misery offered a better life. He took it upon himself to be our instructor. He taught us the beauty of agony, how to slide the knife just so, how to divide flesh with no mortal wound, how to inflict waking nightmares upon our foes. No more of our clumsy, blood-soaked efforts for spectacle. True torture is a sensory performance, staged for an audience of one. He made us an artist. We were proficient at our work. Our name spread beyond the boundaries of the Child Empire as people whispered it in private or shrieked it in fear. Whole galleries were erected to display our accomplishments, which were studied and interpreted by head-scratching scholars. Our talent with a blade, rope, and saw grew so renowned that Kyros' faithful and unfaithful alike believed we could steal truths from their minds with little more than a stare. And in time, life imitated art. Such is the beauty of Kyros' domain, that the remarkable reign over the mediocre and their talents are recognized, nourished, perfected. I already kind of know what number one is, but we'll go ahead and go through this dialogue. Why do you speak to yourself? Siren, because it is absolutely insane. Do you really need another reason? The voices of Nerat. That much should be obvious. We are multitudes, an army unto ourselves, a council of shadows babbling to be heard. There was one, now there are many. We are legion, a stream of consciousness given shape, will, and intention. We are the voices of Nerat. Back to my previous questions. How do you manage an army as vast as the Scarlet Chorus? They manage themselves, of course. Men and women of grit rise in the ranks to become gang bosses. When they take too many wounds or their swords grow too heavy, another boss claims their rightful place. In all our years, we've never granted a promotion. Conscripts and slaves are free to elevate their rank or make up ranks as they go. The only condition is that they have the strength to defend the spot they carve out for themselves. Tell me the Scarlet Chorus tenets. Tenet the first. Whatever you can claim through the sheer force of will is yours for the taking. Those who think us chaotic should spend some time away from the farm and learn what it means to survive. That also means you can kill who you want. Kyros' peace extends to servants of the Empire, but these tiersmen haven't enjoyed the pleasure of our laws yet. Until they do, you can treat them like sport, and not even starchy old Tunin will get offended. Any other rules, if you must call them that, fall under the umbrella of the basic philosophy. Of that basic philosophy. Take what you want, but keep what you take. Curious about the Scarlet Chorus history? And why wouldn't you be? Rest the spell. Let our words wriggle among the chaos of your imagination. The great uninformed think of the Scarlet Chorus as one of Kyros' many armies. In fact, they are our personal force. Beginning in the earliest days of our power, we cobbled together a rabble of miscreants from freshly conquered territories. Scarlet Chorus has always been dredged from the bottom feeders. Then there are the camp followers who skulk in our long shadow. As Kyros forged the rest of the great empire, we were used to subdue any lingering resistance. Those who opposed Kyros' peace joined our howling disharmony and lived or died in Kyros' war. A fitting fate, is it not? By the time Kyros set a magnanimous eye on the tiers, it was all but assumed that the Scarlet Chorus would lead the vanguard. Though they answer to us, we are happy to loan their services for the Overlord's pleasure. Anything else? What's your plan? I'm ready to talk strategy. Of course you have questions. We'd be disappointed if you didn't have any. First priority is to humiliate that piss bucket Graven Ash, but we'll have a better chance of it once every corner of the tiers is wearing red. Do you see our design, Fatebinder? Does our madness complement our method? We will invite every man, woman, or child who draws breath and occupies this fingernail of a peninsula to join the Scarlet Chorus. A conquest by invitation, how very polite. Gain favor with the voices of Nerat, I like it. Isn't it? Graven Ash would slash and burn this whole continent. We must counter his wanton evil with acceptance and tolerance for these poor tiersmen. Conquest is a delicate matter. It needs feeding, watering, soft caress, and lullaby before bed. We will invite the leaders of the resistance to join us. If we have their leaders, the people will follow. You will bring them to us, yes? Chiefs and the assets of chiefdom. As for how you factor into these plans, that is in part up to you. We have many ingots in the fire. It's more of a question of what piques your interest. The Blade Grave is a beautiful pocket of disorder. An edict shreds the land to ribbons, and soldiers by the hundreds are led into the furnace of war. Angry sons of old stalwart, dubbing themselves unbroken, clash spears with the disfavored. We can use the edict and the conflict to our benefit. They keep the disfavored occupied, and the tiers within our grasp. While these idiot juggernauts bash each other into ruin, we can extract what we need. The daughter of Graven Ash has been a prisoner to these stalwart wretches. Secure her for us, and fetch her to Cacophony straight away. Inviting Ash's progeny into the fold is an advantage we cannot ignore. Seek out also Jagged Remedy in Trapper's Junction. He has cornered a beleaguered unit of Unbroken. Help him recruit their leader, Mattias, into the fold, that he might help us reach the jewel of the realm. The great keep of Sentinel Stand. Tunan's arcane smiths set up shop in Lithian's Crossing. With simple ore dredged from the heart of Terratus, they can assemble wondrous crafts of iron. Our intellect swells, overfull with secrets, yet we are ignorant of the iron secret. Seek out the Forge Bound and their master, who even now makes for Lithian's Crossing. Have her sent to Cacophony. I will guarantee her protection and safeguard her knowledge. An artist such as herself needs to be shielded from the perils of war. According to the whispers of our spies, a graybeard by the name of Eldian may be able to tell you more. We are nothing if not receptive to the wisdom of ages. Report back to us when you're finished. Our intelligence may be of use to you. What can you tell me about Blade Grave? Miso, no worries. It's good to see you, buddy. Yeah, lurk away, my friend. All good. All good. So glad to see you. So glad to see you. I hope work's going okay. Before our conquest, it was the region of Stalwart, warlike and fiercely independent in character. The region bloodline ruled by their torrid and often inbred lines of succession. Of course, the Edict of Storms has thrown all of that to disorder. Who rules the area now? A complex question with no clear answer. The Unbroken Legion, a rabble group of veterans from the Stalwart Army, struggle to maintain hold by force of arms. Behind the walls of Sentinel Stand, the last of the regents lives out his days, no doubt thinking himself as strong and relevant as ever. Tell me about Graven Ash's daughter. As severe and uncompromising as her idiot father, we would liken her to a tower shield with a voice like a ram's horn warped out of tune. We met the girl but once, and we nearly came to blows. If war in the passage of years has softened her temper, then we should get along magnificently when you present her at Cacophony. Tell me about Edict of Storms. Ah, your little handiwork. We envy you, Stormcaller. To have been the conduit for such power must have been a pleasure like no other. Swirling maelstroms now blast the land, and Sentinel Stand, the fortified heart of the Blade Grave, is both trapped and imprisoned by Kyros' edict. The cowardly regent who survived the war hides there to this day, protected and imprisoned by Kyros' anger. Only by piercing the unforgiving fabric of that storm could anyone reach its heart and drive a blade through its core. Let me ask you something else. What can you tell me about Lithian's Crossing? The Forgebound are the true gem of the crossing. They are keepers of the secret of iron, so a tight-lipped bunch by nature. Forgebound, we've already been there. Must you bore us with your incessant ponderings? Go speak with our lackey, Seven Toes. She can weather the relentless assault of your curiosity. Okay. Seven Toes. Hell, Fatebinder, the voices of Narat ordered me to answer any of your pestering questions, so I guess that's what I'm here to do, she scoffs. Not what I'd call a lieutenant's work, but I'm not here to question the voices. What do you need from me? Tell me about yourself. Started out like most Scarlet Course rats, conscripted off the farm and armed with a pitchfork. Didn't take me long to warm up to the idea of Kyros' army. We had more freedom than the Tears ever allowed, and I've never been opposed to joining the winning side. I didn't want to see the whole war from the front lines, so the first order of business was to kill my gang boss and take his place. Easily done. He was a louse. I ran with at least a half dozen gangs since the start of the conquest, and it funneled me all the way to the Cacophony. It's not an easy life, but there's no lack of amusement to be had, and plenty of opportunities for advancement. If you're curious how I got this gig, you can check out the previous lieutenant over there. She thumbs over to a still figure impaled on a spike. The voice is a sucker for ambition and clever solutions to a problem. What do you think of the voices? He's the boss, he calls the shots, and I follow. I don't ask a lot of questions. She glances around uncomfortable. I'll say this much, you don't want to insult him, especially not when he's going on about his art. He takes that sort of thing personally. Not that you could really tell under that great bronze helmet of his. Enjoy your work? I enjoy surviving, and right now the course is the only way to do it. This favor don't allow foreigners into their legion until the war is over and the Tears under Kyros' heel. It's red or dead. Never suspected I would have a taste for the work until I got started at the front lines. Something about carving a path through your enemies and watching the army grow behind you is just satisfying. Makes me feel good to belong to something. Questions about my first task? Does it matter? What was it? Blade Grave? What can you tell me about Blade Grave? Uh, yeah, let's go there. Who rules the area now? Tell me about Graven Ash's daughter. Okay, yeah. I can start with Bladegrave. Trapper's Junction is not Splendid. You're to make contact with Jagged Remedy, reigning gang leader in the Bladegrave. He and his gang are holed up in a place known as Trapper's Junction. Don't forget to report back to the voices when you're done, and if you find Ash's daughter, try not to kill her. Corpses are useless to the Archon. She pauses and frowns, mostly useless. Mostly useless. Oh, dude, we got level ups. I see this. Elixir of Quickness, Opal. Cool. Alright. Bloop the pig. Okay, he got a level up. Let's go with accuracy. Sage. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. That's really cool. Stances. %20 lore experience gained? Let me see something. Okay, cool. Let's go. Hey, what are you doing over here, weirdo? Were you over there before? Okay. Yum. Hmm.
Sorry, I can't.
Tell me your wares! Swine herder. Goring. Well, that's actually kind of cool. Okay. Do we have things to sell? We do. Is this just to sell? I'll hold on to it for now.
Will do.
Got a problem we can't settle Fatebinder. When we plotted against the Vile Arson, we agreed we'd split spoils 4 ways. But now that the rings, rugs, and booze bottles are laid bare before us, some folks feel entitled to more than their fair share. Who's Vile Arson? A deranged pisser of a man and our old gang boss. Deserved everything he got and more, of course. Horde members all nod as Requiem explains. Stole, whatever. Okay. Only those two didn't beat the rest of you? Only tried once. The girl grins, boisterous and confident in the way only a past triumph can provide. Requiem looked out for us. If he'd have laid off the rest of us, we might have let him live. You want me to adjudicate a settlement between thieves? Thieves? We didn't filch nothing. We killed Vile Larson and took his property by right of the Circle of Fifths. Lil Nashing knows is right. As our weakest, she's earned a right to these spoils most of all for the abuse Vile Larson heaped on her over the years. Why is that? Vile Larson broke the code of the strong lead. The weak serve. He pushed Sweet Nils too far and found out he wasn't stronger than the rest of us no more. Yeah, it's a weird situation. So you can challenge a gang boss. If you beat the gang boss and kill him, you take over, right? But at the same time, if you're not a good leader, you kind of need to be watching your back because you got to be. I'll hear their plea. I'd like to settle this, put it behind us. What are the rest of you? I'm also interested in this Fatebinder's ruling. Let an outsider weigh in. Surely you'd see the greater weight of my contributions. One of the more timid Horde members ducks her head, scratching through the back of her hair. Are you sure? I've heard bad things about inviting the court's judgment. Once Fatebinder gets involved, their ruling is absolute, isn't it? She glances to Requiem and Chaos, reading their clues before she relents. Okay, I guess I'll go along with. Eisen shrugs. Doesn't matter to me. I already decided to give up my share. I just wanted the bastard dead. I hear you out, but know my judgment may come at a cost. Four exchange looks before one of them clears her throat awkwardly. Right then, guess I'll start off. Calamity Jane cracks her neck, squares her back, eagerly to relay her part and be done with it. We got tired of being cut on and watching him torture Nils, so when Requiem suggested the plan, I was eager to lure him into our trap. She glances around and speaks a little softer as she continues. Had to use my finest hooch, brewed it in a bronze boot I found on the battlefield. But after a couple of hours, I had him nice and relaxed, stripped him of his armor, distracted him after that. That's when I snuck out from under the straw bedding. She runs a hand over the bloody markings of her skin, long dried but worn out of pride. Arson never did anything, eat, sleep, or crap without a weapon. But we'd hollowed him enough that I was able to hack him to ribbons. Eventually he started crawling for the flap of the tent, where Requiem had stationed me, Chaos. He crossed his arms over his chest, standing broad and tall. I slit Arson's throat to end it, dismembered his body, and spent the night scattering his bits between the fighting pit, 2 latrines, and a salivating beastman. It was bloody and long work, but it was dang worth it. The last gang member flushes and shyly turns her face away. under your scrutinizing gaze. I just stood, watch a few tents down. I'm sure someone heard the screams, but no one came running, so it worked out fine. Who will lead you in vile arson's absence? Without a moment's hesitation, the quiet girl speaks up, sounding more sure than she has the entire exchange. Requiem, she saved us. Requiem. Kyros, he nods briskly. I'd follow these girls into the screaming jaws of death if they asked me to. I don't care which one's leading us when we get there. You each seem equally satisfied with the outcome of the events. Why are you fighting over the goods then? The horde member rubs her chin as if wondering herself. Finally, she offers a carefree grin. Guess it's just in our nature. If we don't take what we can when we can get it, then how will we ever get ahead? Good night. Cash goes to chaos. No. For luring. No. No half. Evenly 4 ways. Or none of you are entitled to the wealth. You'll destroy the cash as it's caused a squabble between you. This is dumb. Split it 4 ways. Alright, I suppose I've got no complaint. He shrugs, but when he sighs, it sounds filled with longing for the fortune lost. Fair ruling for the chorus? That just doesn't seem right. At least have them punished for wasting your time. Whatever. Let's go. Hey, what's going on up here? What is all this? Look at the little ones. Those have got to be the males, right? Hey, what's in here? Cheese! Do love me some cheese. God. Wrathrot. Just what we need. A Fatebinder of the Chorus. Look, I understand my rank, but I can't just bite my tongue when boss man Dirge thinks to get away with a crime of such proportions without bribing me first. He grins maniacally, staring daggers at his gang boss even as he speaks to you. Frig you, Wrathrot. Dirge shakes his head, murder written in his sneer. As if you'd settle for a rump and a fistful of rings. Admit it, the price you want is my head so you can stand atop our little crew. A lot of you are babbling idiots. What do you want about? Speak up, Wrathrot. The Fatebinder asks you a question. You'll be hanged for breaking Kyros' law, Dirge. Even the voices can't protect you against that. If I involve myself in this dispute, you may both come to regret it. Do or don't, I'll be taking my retribution from this canker-butted weasel in the form of a blood payment regardless. Not if you're rotting on a string, you fribbling puss nut. He sneers at his gang boss before turning to you. Please do step in, Fatebinder. A capital crime's been committed, and I saw it with my own eyes. 3 nights back, boss man snuck into and out of the old walls near Lake Twin Skies. Crap face. Dirge barks at his subordinate. Think you can steal the throne when you're breathing around my blade in your chest? Or maybe it's your crafty forked tongue that I should carve out first. Licks his Dirge crosses his arms over his chest, simmering with indignation. But as he scowls, a hint of worry flickers across his furrowed brow. He licks his lips before entreating you to dismiss the complaint against him. Like I'd be dumb enough to risk my entrails scurrying about some fusty ruins. Think I don't know why they're forbidden? Scouring the old walls is just asking to incite Kyros' wrath. And I've got no death wish either from the Bane within, nor Kyros above, nor a Fatebinder of Tunin before me. Wrathrot, do you have proof? Proof? Like what? It's not like I followed him into the old walls so I could properly document his transgression. Saw him go in and out, chasing that sage. That ought to be evidence enough. If it's solid evidence you need, let's go check where the sage's body lies. Spits it indignant. A sage in the old walls? What sage? Want to tell the Fatebinder or should I? He laughs, vicious. The game boss cocks his head to you, face flushed red as he explains. The thing is, me and Wrath had been chasing a sage clear from Lethians. I guess she figured she wasn't going to slip us, so she made a beeline for this breach in the old walls. I know the law, so I wasn't about to follow her in. He wets his lips before continuing, but I'd also be loath to let an enemy of the overlord slither free, so I cornered her before she could make it past the breach. This a-hole here is the one who slit her throat as I held her down. Now, he's saying you watched me waltz right into the old walls without it. Oh, come on, Fatebinder. Are you going to believe that? I called you over here. I'm telling you what happened. Don't let him weasel out of a proper sentence. Did you take anything from the old walls or touch anything? Well, I fell against the exterior, struggling with the sage. The stones were cold and slick, pretty nasty, feeling against my backside as I held her still. But I never went inside. I didn't filch nothing. Aside from what was on her corpse. I was there, and I'm telling you, he was in the old walls. That ought to be proof enough. Don't you think, Fatebinder? Said you took something from the sage's body, handed over. Sigil of influential domain. Happily, if it'll help you believe me, and blessedly bring an end to this mess. Only those under the direct orders from the... Why are you so eager for me to sentence Dirge, Rathrot? Eager? The Horde member rubs the back of his neck, ill at ease. I mean, I'm just thinking, on account of Dirge being a true criminal under Kyros' law, he really isn't fit to lead this gang no more. So somebody like me ought to be running things. See, Fatebinder, all he has is his scheming and lies. He knows he'll lose if he challenges me outright, so he thought he'd accuse me of a crime even the voices couldn't dismiss. He stares at Rathrot. Some good options here. The penalty for false accusation is the severance of 2 fingers on the sword-bearing hand. I'll let Rathrot choose his own punishment, a fine of 300 rings or 3 years of hard labor. I'll let Rathrot off the hook if he licks my boot and begs my apology. I'll let Rathrot off the hook if he licks Barrick's boots and begs my apology. We're going with 7. Ha! Oh, that's glorious. No, please, do go ahead. Rathrot, I'll watch. Now, this is the type of adjudication I could watch all day. I applaud you, Fatebinder. Friggin' courts of tuning, huh? When have they ever helped a fella out? The Horde member curses, dropping to his knees at Barrick's feet. He flicks a rude gesture to his boss as he bends low and licks his boots. Flippin' disfavored. And dang you, Dirge. He grimaces and takes another long lick. Forgive me, Fatebinder, please. Loyalty with Barrick. A most amusing demonstration of your authority, Fatebinder. From the sound of his voice, you get the sense that his eyebrows are raised. The gang boss chortles, unable to contain his self-righteous glee, giving you a curt nod before he walks away. That was actually pretty fun, man. I like that. And, yo! Sigil of influential domain. We need 6 more lore. Wow. Hmm. Okay. Sick. Oh no, I could have put that there. Crap. That was cool. Let's go. What's in here? Nice. Dude, 40 health was that 75? Oh. Splinter, what's going on? Overlord's blessings to you, Fatebinder. Regards and so on and so forth. Might there be something I can help you with for the right price? Yo, I'll be right back. Grabbing some coffee. Did my monitor just like... Oh, okay. Yeah, give me 1 second. Excuse me 1 second, sorry. Alright. Apologies. Let's go. Okay. Mightn't there be something I can help you with for the right price? Have a story behind your name, Splinter. Well, I woke up with a sharp pain shooting from my backside one night, and... Are you sure you want to hear this? Yes, please do continue. I guess it was a piece of chair, at least as long as my forearm. My mate, Abscess, had whittled it up for weeks to stab it in my spine. Only it didn't kill me, though. Just give me this dang limp. He rubs a spot on his lower back towards the right side, wincing either from the pressure or the memory. I wouldn't say it was a shoddy weapon. It ended her good and dead when I stuck it in her throat. Oh my glob, dude. What kind of price? The usual. I help you, you help me, nothing too steep. Such as, say I were to give you information and you're acting on that information and benefited me in some such way or another. Would be a shallow price for a nice payout, if you get what I mean. What were you up to during the war? Trying to stay alive, mostly. Heard any rumors lately? Nothing new, only the usual happenstances. So-and-so killing so-and-so in their sleep and absorbing their gang. Leaders from throughout the tiers entering you-know-whose tent and never stepping out again. The Voices doesn't even leave a body. You know, how do you think he does that? No, one second thought. I surely don't want to know. He licks his tongue over his teeth, scratches his cheek. And you did not hear so much as a whisper from me. But I heard some of his victims end up on spikes, no? 8 lore skill. Cool! Sometimes something shows up on the spikes nearest the Voice's tent, sure. But whatever it is, you can't exactly call it a body anymore. Get me? Yeah, this is Siren. Yeah, I wouldn't go so far as to say husk, because that would be overly dramatic, but they certainly don't look quite right. Looking to shed a little blood, make a few rings. Where can you point me? I might have heard wind regarding a squad of disfavored that are giving the Bronze Brotherhood a go of it near Levian's Crossing. Could be some rings in it for you. There's certainly some fingers to be had. You want me to bring back some disfavored fingers? Broken Plains Wilderness is now unlocked. I want every finger from every hand, preferably taken before you kill the poor muckers, yeah? Do it! I'll pay you 10 rings each. Don't ask me where I get the rings. I'll make it 15. Okay. Interesting. What's in the barrel? What's in the barrel? Bronze dagger. Sell that. Sir. Take those. That's all of Cacophony, I think. Let's go ahead and sell this stuff. Fade it out. Let me see something. Right here. New items since last visit. What? We got items? Lord, control fire, control frost, control lightning. What did we need to do the we got maintenance cost in 2 days, okay. No maintenance cost here. Fire that. Now let's go with one of these 25s. We go control stone, force and staff, or fire and emotions. Let's do this. Easy. Get things done, chat. What? I know I dropped something. Where'd it go? Lost. Just lost. I just vacuumed too. What the crap? What I get? What I get for eating over here, man? Whatever. Actually, what needs to be done? We need to go to Levian's Crossing. Find a way to open the ocean spire in the Blade Grave. Okay. I want to go here. Let's go there first. Your journey is interrupted by the feral howls of a hunting pack of beastmen. Their leader is an impressive specimen, her mane black as night and her body scarred from battle. Nice. Kills in Shadow. This is a party member. 40 you towers a massive creature of fur and flesh, her short black snout snuffling in the air.
Oh, this scent. Stench of blood, sweat, battle, iron, and death. Stench of human called Fatebinder. Smells like alpha. Smells of strength.
The beast woman cocks her head to one side, eyes bright with curiosity and red as fresh blood. Those eyes rove your body up and down, darkening with a sudden heat, with the look that a predator bestows its prey. The reason I think this is a companion, a party member, is because at one of our towers, we've already seen our ability to purchase an item that was specifically only equipable by a character called Kills in Shadows.
Have been stalking human centrail. Have ranged many more than 5 nights through tribe and human territories of Tyr's land, hunting for human called Fatebinder, for human who woke horizon rock called Mountain Spire. Have hunted hot high, cold low, wet dry, traipsed far until paws bled, but always human who smelled of alpha, evaded beast woman. Had to slink through shadows, fast, fast, quick, without rest to catch delicious prey at last.
She tongues her blade sharp, discolored fangs, and exhales a pleased growl. Slap Kills in Shadow in the face. Yeah! Thick muscles ripple and flex as the beast woman rises to her full height. She towers above you, 8+ feet of savage, rough-hewn strength. Her coat is matted and scarred. She spits a wad of blood and mucus at your feet.
We'll kill. We'll rip throat out. We'll lash, twist her, and mangle.
I'm gonna reload if this results in us having to kill her. Dang it! Crap. Okay. Let's do the fight. We're gonna do the fight. Will that hurt? Do that.
Ready?
Are you afraid of death, worm?
Get wrecked. There. There. Barrett just wrecked that, dude. Jeebus. Yeah, and they're both jacked up. Let's go. This should end it. Okay. Battered and bloody, the beast woman drops to all fours. She crouches low, belly rubbing the dirt as she ducks her head in a show of submission. This is what I was hoping might happen. So the reason I didn't load automatically was I was hoping it might be a situation where we needed to kill her to get some kind of interaction to happen afterwards. You were saying? I believe you were going to mangle me, correct?
Yield! Kills and Shadow yields to Fatebinder.
Your markings, you must be from the Shadowhunter tribe.
Fatebinder knows tribes of beast women. Curious human. Human who smells of alpha and knows of Shadowhunter tribe. Best tribe. Lost tribe of kills and shadow.
Her eyes pin on you with lust. The look of a wolf that's found a hare. Why have you tracked me down? Why get in my way?
Human called Fatebinder. Kyros breeds words on paper. Fatebinder binds words to earth and sky. Makes ground tremble. Makes night cry. Blood and fire.
What would a beast woman know of Tunan's
Human
Fatebinders?
is not first Fatebinder. Kills in shadow has hunted.
She chuffs, darkly amused.
Tribes of Kyros fear Fatebinder. Human Alpha claimed Horizon Rock called Spire, and Archons did not kill Fatebinder. Archons rolled over and whined, covetous.
And what's your point, beast woman?
Kyros hunts human realms to extinction. Rules tribe of blood and ruin, starvation and death. Seeks to slaughter beast women like prey. But beast women are not prey. Are not flighty, feeble-minded humans.
Kills in shadow, spits a gob of tawny mucus on the ground.
Beast women are savage hunters. Bred to fight Kirot, like Fatebinder who smells of alpha.
Beast woman are snoo.
Strong always kill weak, then grow weak. Nor killed is migration of life. But kills in shadow is not weak now. Will not be weak for many long seasons. Will join Fatebinder and survive Kyros' tribe.
If you want to join me, it'll have to be as my beta.
Kills in shadow is not beta. But even alphas submit to stronger-willed primas. Many packs make a tribe. Is this not a thought humans also understand? Beast woman will follow Fatebinder. Will not dominate. Unless Fatebinder begins to smell weak.
No, I won't risk you turning on me. I want some assurances first. Clawed fingers etched the length of a furrowed scar on Kiss and Shadow's cheek. Her eyes, red as fresh blood, regard you with deadly interest. Swear your loyalty to me. Her nostrils flare wide as she sucks in a deep breath. Her eyes flick to one side before settling back on your face.
Swear won't kill Fatebinder while Fatebinder sleeps.
She juts her chin and peels her lips back to reveal glistening fangs, clearly pleased with herself. And you'll do as I say.
Role of Bulwark, role of second of Enforcer is to inflict Prima's orders. Wild raving Bulwark do not survive full seasons in beast women tribes. Kills in Shadow has seen with both eyes what happens to Kith who will not be tamed.
Alright then, welcome to the pack. Beast Woman huffs and turns to address her pack.
Kills in Shadow will not shelter stone whelps anymore. Scamper and flee! Do not want to see shadows lurking, stalking behind. Barb cleft his leader now. Will not like if Kills in Shadow catches sight or scent of stone mongrels again.
Oh, I'm so excited, dude! Oh yeah.
With the spire.
I think I'd actually like to have Siren in the group more than Lantry, but the buffs that we get from Lantry for like level ups and learning different magics as we play through the game, I think is clutch in having him in the party. What in the... I need a flipping bib to like... Ow! Oh, chat. Ow, ow, ow. Dude, I'm so sore. Ouch. Ow, ow. I'm a big old baby. A big old baby. Yeah. Kills in Shadow. Let's go. Sick, dude. Bronze War Mace, devastating, huh? So wait, she actually uses weapons? What? Oh, dude, she needs a two. Oh yeah, two-hander. Let's go. We got a two-hander. Oh, hold up, dude. Did we sell that weapon? No, we didn't. We didn't. We sold that flipping weapon, didn't we? I'm an idiot. We'll get a better one, probably. Wait. Oh. On weapon crit. Push. Interrupt weak. Okay. We had a better weapon. I probably sold it for some cash because I was like, we don't have a two-handy. $5 points. We gotta get that accuracy up, dude. Bro, what? What? So weird. Why does that keep happening? Ravager or Titan? I'm guessing Titan is... I think we'll probably go Ravager. Let's see. Attacks from stealth cause target to bleed and grants kill in shadow a heal over time effect that lasts till combat ends. Sick. Increases one-hand melee weapon damage. Kills in shadow uses two-hand weapons as one hand. Does that mean we can also dual wield two-handed weapons? Wait, dude. Wait. Dude, is that serious? That's sick. Unarmed damage. Oh, dude, I bet. All right. Plus 14 unarmed. Plus 15% two-handed weapons damage. Plus 15% one-hand weapons damage. Valid weapons, one-handed weapons, two-handed weapons. Is that the way that would work? I'm going to have to test this. Crap. Um... Napping bone. Rear up, bringing both fists down on a target, dealing crush damage, knocking all enemies in the immediate area prone. Increases the attack range and crush damage of kills in Shadow's trample ability. Trample. Move rapidly towards an enemy, trampling foes in your path, dealing crush damage and knocking them. Dude, this is just like a PoE move from the fighter. It's really good. Subterfuge, stealth, 100% hit precision. Oh my god, dude. 150% critical damage multiplier for 3 seconds, plus 20% damage. Bonus damage afterwards at last. Oh, okay. Weakens. Okay. Bleeding. Bleeding for 60 seconds, dude. That's insane. That's pretty awesome. I like disembowel. Plus 6 armor pen by unarmed attacks. I bet unarmed is really, really good. "100% melee reach with unarmed attacks? No way." Armored Beastman hide. Bonus to experience gained in subterfuge, unarmed, and one-hand skills. Really? Oh, dude, this is tough. God, I really want to see her rocking to plus 100% all damage taken. Jeez, dude, what? I think for now, we're gonna go Titan. I want to see how this plays real quick. Let me see something. What? It's dumb. Oh. Oh, wait. It won't work like that. Wait, what? Yo. What is happening, dude?
Will do.
Bruh. Weapon sets. What is going on? Look at the character. First of all, why is the weapon not showing up in Kills and Shadows' hands? Second of all, why are we not getting the option for another slot if it can one-hand a two-handed weapon? That feels like an oversight. I'm hoping it's bugged right now. Feels bad, dude. I actually think that they made it to where she can only equip one weapon at a time, and that's crap. I feel like that's very bad. If they're gonna set up a character to have a skill tree that legit gives you the option to Gilded Shadow uses two-handed weapons as one-handed. Why would you not allow a character to put a two-handed weapon in each hand if they can use a two-handed weapon as a one-handed weapon? That doesn't make any sense, man. That does not make any sense. No kind of like explanation for it or anything. They just like locked her character model out from being able to equip anything else in the other hand. That feels real stupid. They should have at least put a disclaimer in here that says that the character will only be able to equip one weapon at a time. Instead of just leaving it up to your imagination and like put your skills in here and then go in there and try to equip two weapons and go, oh, well, that sucks. I guess maybe I should have gone in and tried to equip two one-handed weapons first, but who would have thought? You know what I mean? Feels dumb, dude. Feels dumb. Well, we'll need to re-roll this character, which sucks because we can't do it yet because we haven't bought it yet. So on that note, we'll just go put Siren back in for now. So stupid.
I got it.
Yeah, mission failed, I guess. I would say mission failed on the part of the devs. Feels dumb, dude.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Can't do that.
All it would have taken was like some text to go, this character can only equip one weapon at a time. You know? Like, that's the kind of stuff that Barrick, you alright? That's the kind of stuff that I often saw in the Pillars games too, though, there was lack of information for the player, man, that it was like, they just expected you to know stuff, you know? Oh, really? That's odd. Sorry, man. That's weird. I saw it come up. Yeah. Well, I saw it come up. It hadn't played the sound effect yet, but I saw it come up on screen, so I knew it was coming. I saw it in OBS. Yeah, I saw it come up in OBS. Sorry. I knew it was coming. I saw it come up on the stream, yeah. It just hadn't played yet. How's work going, buddy? Yeah, that feels bad, dude. That feels pretty stupid. Work done? Let's go, dude. Cool. I gotta put this checks away, man. I'm gonna make myself sick on it. I need real food. All I've had is Pop-Tarts and Chex Mix all day. I need something real. Just a second. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, bro, that feels so bad. Look at that. Where's my other one? Siren. Bro, where is... Oh, I couldn't even see her.
Fatebinder, it is good to see you. What do you need? Well then, let's go.
Get in my party, girl.
For a short while.
Let's party. Missive. Salutations, Mr. Fatebinder. It is difficult to separate fact from superstition when it comes to edicts, as it seems only Kyros knows how it all works. The rest of us are left to live in fear and ponder it all. Kyros edicts are a sort of magic above and beyond even the Archons. I dare say the edicts are stronger than Kyros, as there's no evidence Kyros can willingly stop an edict once set in motion, which is in part why Kyros' edicts seem to have an until or unless clause in their wording. I know the edict, as powerful as it is, requires a human voice to complete the casting. Thus, the Overlord has people like you proclaim edicts cast far from the Imperial throne. The magic is Kyros' magic, but the human voice is the final carrier or trigger to complete the magic phenomenon. There's also... Wait, what? Here's what's most fascinating. At least as far as you're concerned, there have been dozens of mortal agents who have been made to proclaim edicts. 2/3 of them die within a decade. Many gave reports of lingering mystic scars from the ordeal. There have also been a handful to resolve or break an edict. These until and unless clauses get fulfilled from time to time, and we see a similar pattern in history. Those who resolve an edict often live short lives. Many speak of arcane side effects of shattered edicts. Here's where you're unique. To the best of my fact-finding, you are the first to proclaim and break the exact same edict. Whatever mystical power is involved in the creation and destruction of such magics, you're the first to stand at the terminus of both. Now that I know the spires can be awoken, it makes sense that if anything can or would wake them from slumber, and a shattered edict seems the likely culprit. Kyros has other edicts in place throughout the tiers. If you truly wish to learn more, perhaps you should take it upon yourself to shatter those edicts. After all, if Kyros did not wish for the edicts to be broken, why include a termination clause? Myothis. Solicit her advice. Send it. Okay. How close are we to that? That sigil. Where's our lore? 84? Okay. Let's go. If you concentrate, it would appear that you can begin the same trance that showed you glimpses of the previous spire. Once more you touch the sculpture, and once more your mind is flooded with sensation, this time of your senses leaving your body and floating up, higher even than the mountain spire, until all of Terratus is beneath your feet. From high above you see the mystic currents moving about Terratus, billowing clouds of every color that churn about the realms. Even from this faraway vantage point, the cyclones and currents of magic fill you with dread and foreboding. Send your senses toward the mystic currents. As you near the mystic currents, you hear what is that word? Inchoate voices? Commands, proclamations, the stuff of edicts? Inchoate? Well, if I know that word, dude.
Inchoate. Inchoate.
Inchoate. Inchoate. Just begun and not so fully formed or developed. Rudimentary. Learn something new every day, chat. Okay. All across Terratus, the edicts of Kyros, some centuries old, still live on. Their arcane signatures bright as the midday sun, seemingly stronger than the day they were proclaimed. As your senses float away from the arcane turbulence, you are struck by the fact that land untouched by edicts appears to be in the minority. That reads weird. Even lands long ago conquered by Kyros are still haunted by edicts, whether because they still linger from the olden days of conquest or if they were cast more recently to suppress rebellion. Your senses cannot glean. Step away. Here. 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 Accept. Blammo. Ooh. Hey, Sage. Do things, Sage. Research something. Artifacts. Let's go. Research artifacts. Arena. Show me what you have for sale. Elegant staff. Cinder. Explosive. Heirloom necklace. Entertainer. 15 performance skill. Sick. That's actually nice. Oh! Ah! Look at all these! I need money. Rapid casting. Marking. Rain. Strength. Oh my glob, dude. Look at all these. Give me those. Holy crap. Erastus, the Earthshaker squints to make you out. Ah, Fatebinder, you couldn't have picked a better spire to claim. I'm sure you're just brimming with questions. The fact that we stand upon one of the great and ancient mysteries of the world, sharing this pleasant conversation means that you are a person of influence and power. I want to make sure that your talents are harnessed appropriately. Shall we begin? Very well, show me what you can do. That's not what I want.
At your service, Fatebinder.
Oh, that's verse.
What do you need?
Log me in later. Phila. A mage peruses the library with an amused expression. It takes a while for her to notice you. Fatebinder, I was wondering when I would meet my patroness. She bows. Philia of the Forge Bound. Before you ask me what a smith is doing away from the forge, well, taking a break from ironwork, and this library suits my taste at present. What's the plan now that you're here? I need some time away from the war effort, assembling the same swords and helmets, using our intellect and art to equip an army, shivers. The Forge Bound are masters of our craft, but we are artists at heart, and this war has misused our talents. I want to spend some time among these books, recalling what got me interested in the arcane in the first place. Teaching you should fulfill a similar goal, though I won't know for certain until we get started. She clears her throat. Where shall we begin? You tell me. Let's talk magic. Lore. Lore. Lore is expensive. We're out of money. No more monies. No more monies. Velos. Sage examines the scroll, taking in every detail of the handiwork. Did you know that there are 7 ways to write fire, but only 2 for water? Continues to examine the scroll without the slightest sign that he was expecting an answer. Could it be that fire has more meaning in our era? There is a short pause before he realizes you've actually approached him for something. Oh, my apologies, Fatebinder. I can be taken for a ride by my own trails of thought. I'm sure there is something you need from me. You seem fairly versed in the common language. Did you study at Vellum Citadel? Vela scowls, contorts his face to a tight knot. Yes, that is what it used to be called before Kyros' edict fell upon us, taking thousands of years of knowledge and reducing it to ash. Quickly regains his composure. My apologies, Fatebinder. The wound is still fresh for many of us. Please, let me be of service to you. What have you made for me? Let me show you. Okay, scrolls. Okay, cool. Give me the scrolls. Give me the scrolls. Fireworker. Status of your research. Work continues, of course. He wipes away at the deep circles under his eyes, leaving a smear of black ink. I'll notify you as soon as we have results. Okay. We need money. Need money, chat. Broken Plains Wilderness. Let's go. Oh, the path ahead winds through a patch of twisted oaks. Dry foliage crunches underfoot, and the hymns of insects score the day and night alike. The mingled scents of dill, wheat, and algae sour the air. Barely audible over the crunching of tree litter, you hear a creaking sound like tightening rope as the leaf-carpeted soil begins to shift around your feet. Leap for safety. Like a storm of whips, a half-dozen green tendrils erupt from the ground. They lash wildly at the air, and the two nearest manage to slap against your thighs and calves, biting through your exposed flesh with fang-like thorns. Pull your limbs free and roll away from the thrashing vines. Identify the attacker. 12 lore. You heard of these plants, the Spinhydra, a rare creeping ivy that spreads from a central flowering stalk. Spinhydra uses the prehensile vines to trap prey, puncture their skin, and wring from them their blood. Enough damage to the central stalk will kill the plant and neutralize the threat of its vines. A slowly building heaviness in your limbs and blurriness to your vision reminds you that these plants also inject a powerful numbing agent into their victims. Attack central stalk. Alchemy supplies. Feels bad. Your assault on the heart of the plant earns you a few more welts from the slashing thorns, but you manage to split the stalk down its center. Vicious sap oozes from the twitching creature, and a tanging copper scent lurks in the air. Spasming vines thrash their last and then go limp. You collect some of the sap and shavings from the vines. Certain such things can be of use in an apothecary. With sensation slowly returning to your limbs, you continue towards your destination. Cool. Let's go. Kill the disfavored squads. Kill the disfavored lieutenants. Say no more. Easy. Where we at? Of course, scouts have reported the disfavored and Bronze Brotherhood fighting each other in the wilderness not far from Levian's Crossing. Splinter thinks this will be a good opportunity to strike a blow against the disfavored while they're weakened and distracted. Kill every disfavored soldier you can find, 0 out of 5. Kill the lieutenant and charge the disfavored in this area. Cool, let's go.
Quiet down.
Bronze Brotherhood Mace. One-handed, hold on. It's fine, you take that for now. Bruiser. Piss it all, I'm swiving done for. I could help you for the right price, or I could rob your corpse. Unless you want some crap-stained boots, I got naught for you. He wipes blood from his lips with spit. Bruised knuckles. Help me. The Brotherhood will pay your price. Swear it to Kyros. This favored god is good. Don't suppose you're up to avenging us, or better, saving our butts. I'll help you, but then you're going to join the Scarlet Chorus in payment. Only difference between the Brotherhood and the Scarlet Chorus is the Chorus doesn't pay. I like to get paid. I'm losing patience, yes or no? Everyone dies eventually. I'd rather be done with it here and now than to lose my name to some flippin' Archon. See ya. I don't have time for your crap. RIP! Heavy. We already have heavy boots. These are trash. These are actually not bad. Wait. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go. You, sir. Get up here. We'll spit that one out. You cast that. You run up.
To battle!
Now we'll do this. You get up here.
My eyes.
Okay. Do this. Right here.
I will aid you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Golly, dude. Flippin' kidding me? Having.
Come and feast my iron.
Do that. There. We'll run all the way around here. Yo, you didn't cast that? What's going on, dude? Dead. Dead. Easy. Let's let all our spells come back here. Very nice. Here we go. Ready?
I will.
Go get. False pit. Do that. Do that.
Heads up, we have company.
Get wrecked. Do that. Get up here. Get up here. She can get up here. You. That. Right here. Right here.
On your knees, worm! I'll hit you twice as hard next time!
Dead. That was good. Bronze heavy armor. Okay. Aye. Crescent runner. Oh, we got a whole crew. Let's go. Get up in there, baby.
Send me your champion!
Okay. We're gonna stop right here. You. Let's go ahead and do this. You. This. You. This. You. This.
Are you afraid of death?
Okay, did you get that cast? You did. That hurt a little bit. That was rude. Okay. You guys want to get up and do something? Cast that. Are you casting? No? Okay, sweet. Actually, cast that way. You cast that way.
Sorry, I can't help it.
Okay, one dead. Down. False pit that. That.
Do I really need to?
Dead, feels good. That missed? Feels bad. Come down here. Okay. Let's... That. Stay on that. Just stay on that. Okay, we're gonna do... Did that not work? Her confusion not work? Weird. Badly injured. False pit that. Restoring touch here.
Come and face my iron!
Down that. What's she doing? Wasn't she supposed to be healing him? You. No. Unravel Minds right here. Do I not have a weapon on him? I've got Barrick doing bare hands, dude. Oh, dude. I'm an idiot. Oh, well.
Grovel before me!
Wait. What is that? Broken spear. Sfeth. We all know that's Sfeth. Come on. Light armor, leather boots. Take a look at those. Wait, common one-handed mace. I'll just throw that on him for now. He doesn't have his shield on, dude. He doesn't have... God, I'm such an idiot. What are these? Yeah, okay. It's all on, the beast. The beast. What's going on over here? Bruiser. Ugh. Swear filter to the Scarlet Course and I'll help you. I swear fealty to a horseman's mother if she promised to save me, help me, and I'll do it. Anything you want. Okay. I think we already missed one. That sucks.
I got it.
Anything? Choose your words carefully. Yes, I Broken axe. What? Dude, why can't I move the map? What is... What is... Oh, dude, that's why. Okay. I was tripping out, dude. Fat fingered on the keyboard, man, to enter an input command.
Sorry, I can't. Will do.
Sorry.
Sorry, I can't.
Don't tell me sorry.
Your days end. Here.
Let's go. Right here.
You see what I...
Get on that. Here. Here. Here.
See?
Whoa. Okay. You. Ice 'em up. You. Fire him up. You. Defense up. Get wrecked. Dude, the magic is insane. Badly injured. 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 And they just sit here and burn, dude. It's kind of bonkers. Let's do that. Let's do another spell. There. There.
Come and face my iron!
Just get wrecked, man. Get wrecked.
This is useless. I should try something else.
Good.
Will do.
That was rude. Yo, Barrett, get up, dude. That blood moss, though. Taking toxin. Homies. Join the Felty. Join Scarlet Chorus. Swear Felty. Felty. Cool. Okay. Okay. What you got? Tell me what you got. Disfavored bracer. Linen straps with a simple bracer. You can sell this to a merchant as spare parts. Okay. There you go. Got another one of those. You take that. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Will do.
Bruh, do you want to come be a part of this, please? We are a party, brother. Let's go. That's a fine one-handed brotherhood axe. Yeah, let's go. And some fine bronze greaves there. Are both of these fine? Nope, those are common. Sell those, put those there. This +2 act, +3 armor pin. It's probably better, dude. Probably better. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Been doing the things, doing the things. Winning the fights. Being super evil.
More tallies to the body.
Oh, wait, you're coming? Let's go.
They count.
Bro, back up, bro beans. Do some of that. Get some of this. Get up here.
Are you afraid of...
Okay. Nope. You're here.
So
Fine. Okay. Go ahead and... You know what I want to try? You know what I want to try? Let's try this fire out. Let's do that. You. Fire. Okay. You. Here. You. You didn't get this cast? Why?
I'd have it no other way.
Okay, he only got hit by one. Feels bad. Whatever. You. Cast that. You. Cast that. Keep going there. Bro, this. Get wrecked. Get on there. Near death. Go. Take that. Bronze Brotherhood Fine Heavy Helm. We putting that right there, just in case. Broken armor. Take that. See, this sucks, dude. We let one of the guys die. We let one of the guys die. Feels bad. So, I think we missed out on that, like, sub-quest, but whatever. I'm not doing all this over again. Oh, we gotta level up, dude. Offer the injured Bronze Brotherhood soldiers a place within the Scarlet Chorus. 2 out of 3. One of them died because I didn't play it right. Unfortunate, dude. Oh, wait. Can we talk to them? Nope. That's it. Yeah, suck.
Can't do that.
Well, here's what it is. Okay, unspent talent points. Here we go. You can only get up to 19 for real. I think I'm gonna get health up to 10, and then I'm gonna press quickness. Alright. We need to go there. Then we have to go back there. We didn't get stopped? That's insane. Take that. Spot a soldier lying in a slump. Through the mud and blood caked on his tattered garb, you can make out the colors and insignia of the Unbroken. He fights through pain with each of his ragged breasts. As you approach, he shifts his head slightly towards you, but does not appear to have the strength to look up. Bronze Armature. So this is it then. Just kill me quickly. I'm in no state to continue on like this. His forced smile sends a trickle of blood out of the side of his mouth. Pressing questions. Coughs up a gob of blood and looks at it with bemusement. I don't have much time to regale you with tales of stalwart history, I'm afraid. I'd rather spend these last moments remembering the true color of the sky. Focuses up at the dirty walls of storm clouds overhead. What happened here? A battle from the looks of it, Barrack says. He turns into the wind and sniffs. Not a terribly impressive one, but a bloody one. Bronze armature. He raises his head and takes a look at you while wincing. The Scarlet Chorus. They've been driving us across this wasteland, pressing their attack at every turn. Looks like they finally got us cornered in this pass. I was part of the first line of defense. When my comrades got wiped out, the Chorus went on through. I thought myself lucky they didn't check for survivors. After a few hours, I started to change my mind. His wry smile quickly turns into a wince of pain. Let me hasten your journey to the void. Is this strictly necessary? I could mix up a sedative and... Oh, you're going to kill him. Forget I said anything. You deliver a swift blow to his head. The last of his energy leaves him as he crumples to the ground. Wrecked. What do we have down here? Trap detected.
Interesting.
Trap disarmed. Light bronze helm. Okay. Is it fine? Yeah, okay. Kyros, help us! What's in here? Nice! Nice. We love loot. Pyre, you see a woman turned away from you. Her head leaning into various barrels, tossing out bits of rotted food and the occasional pest. You can see that her back is adorned with scars from burns that stretch the length of her entire left side. She notices you approach and turns her head, revealing the left side of her face to be equally as scarred. Fatebinder! The words fall out of her misshapen mouth with bits of drool that involuntarily ooze and run down her chin. You are most welcome here. I've got a special price for you. Her enthusiasm causes a hell of saliva to land squarely on your chest. What happened? Oh, these? She pointed to her face and sighed. Had a bad night with the bloodhound. They tend to explode when overexcited. I'm sure you've noticed. She wipes her face as she continues to stare at you blankly. She suddenly bursts into laughter, causing a fit of drool to spew in every direction. I had you for a moment. Her laughter subsides, and she collects herself by giving a small shrug. No. Parents were not too keen about having a fifth child. Tried tossing me on a funeral pyre for my uncle when I was young. Got a bit overcooked, but I managed to crawl away. Started a new life with the Chorus. You can see her wares. That's brutal. Be brutal. Okay. We're gonna sell that. On the 1 recovery 0.5. Pulling both of those for right now. It's at least a little bit of Jack, yeah. Okay. No entry by this gate. Head north if you wish to state your business here. Otherwise, turn back.
Can't do that.
Alrighty. No worries. Jagged Remedy. The heavily armored Crimson Sphere is presently occupied using a sharp piece of bronze on a self-inflicted wound on his forearm. He glances up at you and grimaces. From pain or from recognition, it's difficult to tell. The Fatebinder of Tunin is recognized in my camp. Hell, they call me Jagged Remedy. Keep your guard up around this one, Fatebinder. Calls himself a medic, but he's just as willing to try his therapies on the healthy as the injured. And that usually involves the removal of something vital, says Siren. You are a fair way from Tunin's court. Did you get lost, or are you here for a reason? Speak up. My gang is occupied enough without entertaining guests. Headbutt him. Favor with Scarlet Chorus. You gain 39 athletic skill. We just headbutted this dude. He takes the blow and reels back with wide-eyed incomprehension. Takes him the length of a shocked silence to blink himself back to awareness and regard you with contempt. Now that is how you get a man's attention. He grins, revealing blood on his front teeth, which he licks clean. The voice's new toy is as thick-headed as I hoped. Alright, what do you want to know? What did you mean by the voice's new toy? You can't be as dim as this, can you? He shakes his head. Your career is on the rise, and the voices of Narat has taken an interest. He has eyes for watching and ears for listening, both in abundance, I assure you. The way he spins it, one might think you're in line for a spot at his second, but the voices doesn't work that way. One of two things will happen. Jagged Remedy counts on dirty fingers. You'll disappear. Where you end up, I'm not sure even the voices knows. Or one morning, we'll simply find you impaled on a spike, and that'll be that. The voices doesn't tolerate ambition for an instant longer than it serves his goals, and he's too old to retain anything that fails to amuse him. If the risk of dealing with an artist like the voices is too high, maybe you should have thought about that before getting his attention. But that's none of my business. You were sizing me up earlier, why? No offense intended, I make human anatomy my business. When I spot a specimen of interest, I take heart. He chuckles to himself and nods. If we were enemies, I would drain your organs one by one, just to see what the imbalance of humors might do to you. I would open holes in your skull and puppeteer your exposed tendons. He sighs. Alas. Point to his arm. What are you doing? Learning, as I always do. He winces and pulls a fleck of gore from the wound. I'm hoping to make a breakthrough on pain tolerance, and in this case, the best lessons are self-taught. I would focus more on my gang and toughen them up, but he frowns at some of his fingers and shrugs. Testing their limits is chancy, the sort of activity that begs for an uprising, and I don't have the time or the manpower to cull these weasels into order while we're hunting unbroken. Who are you? The boss of these mongrels, the putrid rash gang. He nods to his recruits with pride. They're my mates, my bloodletters, and a useful source of living tissue when my experiments run dry. I've been at war since it began. At least we have that much in common, Harbinger. A smile of eerie familiarity flickers to his face. Your experiments? He nods. Alchemists and chirurgeons may have fancy titles and all the rare herbs you can shake a spear at, but they all share one thing. They don't spend time in the front lines. They haven't seen wounds evolve from fresh to grotesque, and they know nothing of cobbling together healing solutions from what's practically available and far from home. We're not disfavored. We don't have the luxury of wounds that close by the love of our Archon. He gestures to his own seeping cut. Someone has to find a better way, so I study my prisoners from the tips of their hairs to the black of their humors, and I learn. And when we're light on prisoners, I use my gang, or myself for that matter. Teach me anything you've learned? He chuckles, as if I would impart the lessons I've taken from agony and dispense them out to every churlish student that happened by. It's a simple no. If you wanted to pledge your dying allegiance to me and join my gang, well, that would be another matter. Lie. I pledge my life and my cause to you and your gang, Master Rooney. He shies away from you with a disconcerted expression. I would be careful with your words, Fatebinder. You never know when the voices is listening, and I wouldn't want him to get the wrong idea. He clears his throat and speaks in a clear tone for all to hear. Consider your request denied. Back to my questions. Enough. What? You've satisfied your curiosity then? Good. We can move on already, with you telling me why you're taking up valuable breathing room. With that smart mouth, it's a wonder you're still alive. Gained Wrath, Scarlet Chorus, 50 athletic skill experience. You're feistier than I expected. Good. The Scarlet Chorus needs people of passion to whip the rest into shape. We've cornered a group of soldiers in the past. I understand that one of them is the unbroken leader, Mattias. The Voices of Nerat has been adamant about inviting people of influence into our ranks. He wishes to learn as much as he can before he breaks them up. Jagged Remedy seems delighted by the very concept. In keeping with the Voices' directive, I want to conscript Mattias and his unit and add their strength to my gang. The whole thing has proven troublesome, but we are about to introduce these once proud locals to their breaking point. How have you managed the recruitment so far? The same way you hunt any large ungainly beast, wounding it until it lays exhausted and bleeding in the mud. Nighttime raids, daytime ambushes, and cutting off their food supply have softened the meat for the butcher's block. Once these southerners learn to give up their pride, they will be ours. I'm here to help with this problem. These rebels won't give up without a fight, but they're useless to me as corpses. Unless stalwart meat keeps better than pork, nothing in this tone implies that he's joking. I want you to convince them to join my crew. Use that charm and skill that won you the Sunset Spire. How could these backwoods ingrates do aught but respect the person who owns the highest building in Levian's Crossing? He smirks to himself. The Unbroken should be pushovers by now. We've bled them nearly dry, and they will prove malleable. But talking, negotiation, he shivers a little, not my strong suits. Speak with them, convince them to put down their rusted poles and join our ranks. There's going to be a point where I want to do something like this. Betray Alliance attack. Actually, I've decided to form my own gang without Nerat or the Chorus. Submit to me or die. I want to come to a point where we get here and we do this, but I think it's still a bit too early. I don't know. What were the Unbroken doing before you cornered them? They spent the last year trying to reach Sentinel Stand Keep, the heart of Old Stalwart, and a bastion of strength. Of course, the Edict of Storms cut off the old fort from the rest of the realm. The unit here in Trappers Junction looks to have some big players in the Unbroken hierarchy. If such a thing exists, we've intercepted some birds they've dispatched in haste, and they seem to be directing other Unbroken officers in the region. If we snagged the leader, Mattias, that could open the path to more recruits. What do you know about the Edict of Storms? Only as much as I need to. The problems of this region are Graven Ashes to handle. We're just here to make things worse for him. He smiles. What I'm kind of hoping to do is work with Scarlet to take down Graven Ash, and then turn around and take down the Voices. That's what I would like to happen, if at all possible. Barrack. Only a coward stands back while others fight. I didn't compete for my spot in Kyros' army to share the war with the likes of this freeloader. Jagged Remedy. Stratus Harridan, the regent of Old Stalwart, hid behind the walls of Sentinel Stand during the war. Of all the ruling bloodline to fight for the country's freedom, he was the last. To punish him for his cowardice, Kyros drafted this edict and cursed the regent bloodline. As long as Harridan lives, the storms will continue unabated. Of course, we're not here to end the edict. That would be helping Graven Ash and his troops. The Voices just wants to bring more Southerners into the chorus. What does Scarlet Chorus want with the blade? What out of the blade grave? You mean beyond taking pleasure in watching the disfavored scramble for purchase in this sad little war of theirs? He points over to a group of captives. Conscription. The desperate and defeated make for the finest warriors, capable of the ultimate sacrifice. What else do they have to lose? What's so special about the Unbroken? They're a more stubborn, hardier folk than you'll find anywhere else in the tiers, outside of the Beastmen, of course. And it helps that they put up a decent fight against the disfavored. I'd invite that strength into my gang any day. New conscripts are disposable. They're not likely to survive their first battle, so there's little point in arming them with anything better than a sharpened stick. Soldiers, though, they come with their gear and training in tow. They're the real prize. I thought that Ash forbade the Scarlet Chorus from entering the Blade Grave. Do you see Graven Ash here, swinging his hammer with wild abandon? Jagged Remedy makes a show of glancing about the area. Neither do I. We're in the middle of a civil war. Until the dust settles, Graven Ash doesn't own this region any more than I own Tunan's gavel. I'll help you conscript as many Unbroken as possible. Narat doesn't need any more blood for its army. Has it ever occurred to you that it sent you here for its own amusement, or to simply get you killed? Are you generous with your time? Voices will hear of your devotion to our cause, assuming the Unbroken don't shatter your courtly bones. He laughs quietly to himself. Let me know when you've convinced that ragged group of upstarts to join our honored ranks. Okay. I do hope that I have another chance to break the treaty later. I do hope.
Can't do that.
Don't tell me no.
Unacceptable!
Guarding the entrance to a makeshift encampment, an unbroken warrior stands sentry with thick lines of exhaustion under her eyes. Streaks of sand and rust cover her worn armor and weathered skin. Skyblade, who treads on unbroken lands? The guard's voice trembles with fatigue. Everyone who comes to Trapper's Junction these days is involved in the war somehow. State your intentions. I'm not above killing you just to be safe. Soldier glares at you with intensity and purpose. Come on behalf of the Scarlet Chorus to deliver the terms of surrender. Surrender? Her eyes narrow as her hands tremble around the hilt of her blade. To those madmen? Just as it would seem her blade were about to leave its sheath, a voice booms from behind her. Stay your weapon, soldier. We will hear this visitor's terms. Mattias, the unbroken fighter, looks pale and worn. His demeanor has begun to show the horrors he witnessed, and he wears every scar and concern twitch with a veteran's dignity. Mattias, captain of these troops here in Trapper's Junction, and to the whole of the Unbroken. Captain of what's left of us anyway. I've buried a lot of good soldiers over the last fortnight. You can hardly consider this our full strength. He looks back at his camp with evident doubt. I've been in the storm too long to hear much news from outside it, but word of mouth has clued me into your features, Fatebinder. He nods. I'm a little preoccupied dealing with Kyros' armies to deal with Kyros' dignitaries, if you don't mind. Jagged Remedy and his chorus gang are giving me a headache of edict-like proportions. He speaks like he's highborn, Barrick mutters to you. Cousin to a regent, maybe, weak blood, might be intelligent, but clearly his spine is given out under the pressures of war. Seems to be the problem. That should be no mystery to you, who pledged fealty to the voices of Narat. No doubt you witnessed your share of recruitment horrors in the past. The gang in our shadow has hunted us for weeks, launching surprise attacks in the middle of the night, starving us, bleeding us dry, and hoping that we'll finally give in to the conscription. We may not be as strong as we were in days past, but we can still put up a good fight. My only fear is that our next will be our last, and that our days are numbered. Much as I hate it, it's starting to look like conscription with the chorus is our only chance of survival. I'm surprised the Unbroken still tarry in this wasteland of a realm. What are you still doing here? Yeah, let's go with that. He studies you and shakes your head. Shakes your head. Shakes his head. This wasteland is our home. Believe it or not, we have centuries of history and tradition wrapped up in this place. Kyros' storms can level homes and weather our monuments to featureless nubs, but the sons and daughters of Stalwart are here to stay. As to what we're doing, should I give up all of our secrets to the forces of Kyros then? Suffice it to say, we're taking our lands back from your overlord's army, but it's something of an uphill battle. What are you trying to achieve? Shakes his head and sighs. What I want can hardly be a mystery to you. We're in the middle of a war. Suffice it to say, we want the forces of Kyros to withdraw or stick halberds up their butts, whichever comes first. In the immediate present, I'll set her for an end to the Edict of Storms. It has some wartime advantages. We can attack and travel under cover, and the disfavored are all but blind to our movements. Advantages aside, I want this war to end. I want Stalwart to be free again, and for the Edict to end so that we can bring peace to a land that is losing its grip, even if that means throwing in with the enemy. How certain are you that you're ready to join the chorus? I suppose you ask from a place of personal interest? He frowns. The longer I weigh my options, the fewer I have. By the time the chorus is our only option, I'll have lost more of my countrymen than I'm willing to allow. I want us to survive this war. If I could just convince my soldiers that joining the Scarlet Chorus was the right choice, if they could only see reason. Mattias sighs and brushes a line of dirt from his brow. It's a sad day when a leader must turn his back on his culture to save his people. I wonder if you have the stomach for it. If I have the stomach for it. If I join you in camp, I might be able to offer a more informed opinion. Studies you for a moment longer and shrugs. That's fine. If you keep a civil tongue and your weapons to yourself, you're welcome to accompany me behind the defenses. He moved to return to camp and waves you inside. He pauses and glances over his shoulder, a momentary gleam of hope in his eye. Come speak to me in private when you have a moment. Your coming here might be useful. Okay. Watch yourself. Shut up.
Right.
Let's check out the rest of this place. See what else.
Hold up. There's something there.
Okay. Anything over here? No, baby.
I'll take a look.
Oh,
How hard could it be?
We won't only take a look. We'll take everything in there. We'll give him that cheese. Okay. Loop the pig.
Sorry, I can't.
Let me know.
See that?
All the traps. Our options are limited, or don't you understand that? Mattias stands before an equally impressive warrior. Both appear to be almost near blows, caught in a heated debate. Only limited by your short-mindedness, the other warrior turns to you and glares. And now you dare to welcome a Fatebinder into our midst? Arentis, charmed, I'm sure. He spits at your feet and steps forward, taking a challenging stance against Mattias. Have you already sold out our brethren to Kyros' lapdogs? Is everyone in the tiers always disagreeable and confrontational? This is Siren speaking. Is comparing the size of your sword just the way you pass time out here? It's a wonder that they even have time to breathe. Mattias. What would you have me do, Arentis? Send our weak and wounded into slaughter again? His outburst echoes off the cannon walls. Should we send our children next? How much of our blood must be spilled before this rebellion is satisfied? Irentis, it sounds like you're too short-sighted to see the benefits of conscription. Our captain will be with you in a moment, Outlander. Irentis scowls at you and returns his focus to Mattias. I can't fathom why you think collusion with the forces of Kyros is our only way. The storm has gotten to your brain. How many enemies must we collect? Our goal has always been to take back Sentinel Stand, kill the last regent, and this blasted edict. Impossible task by any standard. Losing his composure, Mattias grabs a handful of windborne rust, hurls it to the ground. No time to lose control of yourself, Captain. Gain loyalty with Barrick. Favor with Unbroken. 26 athletic skill. He blinks and rises to his full height, letting the grit from the storm trail through his fingers. You're right. This was beneath me. I'm frustrated because I don't know what to do for my people, except use our strength to avenge Stalwart on the regent who betrayed us. The chorus can give us that strength, and I faltered. If vengeance is all you seek, then maybe you belong with those bloodthirsty dogs. Don't assume that the rest of us will be joining you. Irentis walks off, shaking his head in disappointment. Irentis shall die. Real easy. My apologies for that. Irentis lost as much as anyone in this war, and his reaction is about what I expected. Surrender is a kick in the teeth, but it may be all we have left. I've led this rebellion since the waning days of the war, but my foes grow more numerous each day. It has favored the chorus, the regents, and now I must ask you, Fatebinder, do you approach this camp as ally or enemy? The Voices of Murad extends an invitation to the Scarlet Chorus. And it seems the howling mob has benefited from allying themselves with Tunan's court. They don't usually try to negotiate with us first. We faced some real difficulties of late. Some of us had hoped that the worst of this war was behind us in the bones of Stalwart. He glances up at the blackened sky. It's starting to look like the opposite is true. Some of your difficulties. He turns to the fire beside him and nudges it with a log, sending up a cloud of embers. Our real trouble began with the victory at Sentinel Stand. Instead of facing Kyros' forces in the field of battle, the last regent of Stalwart decided to barricade the force and look after himself. When Kyros proclaimed the edict, it cursed the regent bloodline for their stubbornness. Maybe I shouldn't speak too freely about our troubles. The war, this chase around our homelands. You can probably tell that it has taken a significant toll on me. My soldiers and I are half mad from hunger and exhaustion, mad enough to entertain the idea of conscription. His expression withers with distaste. Have any questions for me? Scarlet Chorus seems to be your only choice. Doesn't it, though? A weight settles off his shoulders. It's refreshing that somebody understands our predicament. Faced with the death or conscription, I would take my chances on the latter. Dead men can't serve the realm. Irentis gets unruly. Nope. Irentis gets unruly whenever I bring up the topic. There's no talking with him anymore. I don't blame Irentis for his stubbornness, though. The Scarlet Chorus haven't exactly made the kindest offers, and I'm not convinced myself. Maybe a sign of their good intentions could help sway our opinions. If we knew with certainty that they wanted to take us alive, my women and men would be more inclined to surrender. Bro, what the crap? Weird. Sorry, one second, guys. Okay. Okay. A sign of their intention? What of yours? Of course, needs to know that you're totally committed. Tin lore. He pauses, suddenly introspective, as if the idea should have been there all along. You're right, of course. Since we keep resisting, then the course would be within their rights to take us as prisoners or combatants, which will only make the transition harder. He looks to you with eyes full of hope. What would be required? Both filthy. Is that all? I suppose a servant of the court like yourself places value in words, don't you? Takes a deep breath. I renounce all present or past loyalties and offer my devotion, my service, and my life to the voices of Nerat, Archon of Secrets. I am his vassal in all things, to be used or disposed of as he pleases. He sighs. I hope that's enough to convince your friends that I'm with their cause. You should know something going into this, though. My soldiers won't be convinced unless the course offers something in return. A fair number of us were captured in our last scuffle. If the chorus were to release those prisoners as a gesture of good faith, my own broken here would be more amenable to the idea of conscription. Admitting it out loud brings some color to Mattias's cheeks. I'll see what I can do. If you manage to make any ground, you'll know where to find me. He tries to appear optimistic, but his enthusiasm wanes. I think any small gesture will make me more inclined to trust Scarlet Chorus, but I have doubts where my countrymen are concerned. He shakes his head. This war will get worse before it gets any better. Alright, let's go back and talk to Jagged. What's in here? Fine bronze dagger. Okay. Fine bronze throwing dagger. Ooh, okay. What's in here? Dude, we got so many potions in this area. What the crap? Alright. Alright, so the unbroken soldier folds his arms in a tight knot as you approach. I ran as formerly the personal guard of Regent Haptia, at least before the war made short work for her. Now I run with Mattias and what remain of the true patriots. I don't need a reason to kill you, servant of Kyros. I stay my word until Mattias gives the order. He tips his head to the soldiers around the camp. If you intend to conscript us into the Scarlet Course, I can assure you that these men and women are ready to die. You're not seeing the bigger picture. Joining the Scarlet Chorus is your only chance of survival. He waves you off with disgust. Survival at what cost? You don't have a clue what it means to live outside of Kyros' authority, so I wouldn't expect you to understand. We value more than our masters and whatever arbitrary system of law they impose. We have more to lose, but we will risk everything to protect it. I'm sorry that you don't see it that way. Okay.
Sorry, I can't.
I can't. The unbroken leader might be swayed if you released some of your prisoners. And given my prizes, those are the best of the lot, among the finest specimens I've taken of late. I wouldn't dare part ways with them. The ones I don't keep from my studies are going to the voices of Nerat. He taps his chin to consider. Chances are fair that we'll conscript them anyway once our intentions are clear to the rest of this group. But I don't want to risk any of these prisoners slipping through my fingers. Mattias or one of his intrepid officers could dispatch them away to seek help. Mattias has already pledged his fealty to the chorus. He promises the rest will follow. You were so taken in that you believed his fabrication? Even now, he could be plotting against us, fool. I don't accept any offers of fealty unless the prisoner is lying prone and at the tip of my spear. What did this Mattias deign to offer you? Oath to the voices of Nerat. Anyone can say a few choice words and lie through their teeth, but the voices of Nerat does appreciate a little attention to his ego, even if it comes from afar. He has an ear for such things, at least as many ears as he has eyes. Jagged Remedy frowns. He sighs and makes a dismissive wave. It sounds as if you have sufficiently earned the young captain's trust. If he guarantees that his soldiers will fall in line without a struggle, we can entertain this token gesture of theirs. What would please you most, Fatebinder? Release the unbroken prisoners. An act of goodwill should set the appropriate tone. We'll keep to our word with this guy. Why not? We're trying to get as many of them conscripted into the... I know this isn't necessarily the most obviously evil thing right here, but what my thinking is, we're trying to get as many of these people to conscript into the Scarlet Chorus as possible. If we show them that, like, hey, it'll be okay. Look, we're releasing you back. Your commander's going to come conscript. Everything will be fine. Come be with us, right? Cunning. Evil. Ever the diplomat, I prefer to keep my engagements with others simpler, letting knives and leeches do the talking for me. To each their own, I suppose. He turns to his fighters and nods. Consider it done. Go treat the young captain and make sure his soldiers are ready for what comes next. Okay.
Will do.
That's my thought, anyways. I don't know if it'll play out that way, but that's what I was thinking.
Can't do that.
My brethren have been returned to us. I don't know how you did it, but you managed to reason with the Scarlet Chorus, or should I say the Chorus is more reasonable than I thought. He frowns at the notion. He takes a deep breath. So be it. If the Scarlet Chorus are willing to show this much good faith, we will turn ourselves over to their mercy. We couldn't take Sentinel Stand as unbroken, but there's still a chance to liberate Stalwart from the oppression of the Regent as this edict. Arentis strides in wearing a despondent frown. Mattias, the chorus spared our soldiers. The Fatebinder here ensured that they would keep their word. The doom that visited these canyons may soon subside. Come and share in the small victory, Arentis. You're impressed that a gang of liars spared a handful of us so that they could lure the rest of our fighting strength with false promises? When your future... This guy sees through it, right? This guy sees through it. When your future gang boss is branding you with his sigil or cutting your face for speaking out of turn, I hope you remember this blind optimism. Your confidence in the Scarlet Chorus disgusts me, Mattias. They pay you one fair turn, and you buy into their war as an eager conscript. I can't tell if you're desperate or just a liar. Oh, we got so many good options right now. So many good options. The chorus have made their gesture of peace. It falls to you to reciprocate. Mattias made a decision to save his soldiers from certain death. Rule... Well, not necessarily, because there are definitely going to be some of them that still die being conscripted into the Scarlet Chorus. Rule under Kyros is the only peace this land will ever see. The chorus is... Yo, Metal, what's up, buddy? Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. What'd you have for lunch, dude? What'd you have for lunch? That's what I need to know, man. The chorus's methods are brutal, but you'll never witness another defeat. Oh, dude, this is tough. Just fries? Wasn't that hungry? Wow. I'm gonna have to smash out some lunch here pretty quick. Oh, cool, man. Right on. Always feels good to treat yourself a little bit, yeah? Is winning worth the cost of breaking bread with butchers, thieves, and rapists? Does it make for a finer victory than preserving the culture of your birth and fighting for its right to exist? He turns to the soldier. Stand with me if you wish to fight as children of stalwart, and die fighting those who would take our land and bury our customs. Fatebinder, you divided our coalition with empty promises. If not by my authority, then by my right as a son of the unbroken. You will not leave Trapper's Junction alive. Arentis, this will be the end of us. You take up arms against the only allies within reach, the only ones who can bring down the disfavored, and his speech slows down to silence as soldiers square off around Arentis. Many of the unbroken follow Arentis' example and stare you down, drawing their weapons one by one. Matthias' followers anxiously take defensive postures, all the while. Arentis crosses his arms and regards you with a smug grin. You wanted this from the beginning, Arentis. Don't hide behind your delusions of patriotism. 10 lore, let's go. I saw the weakness in our captain, gave him ample opportunities to correct his behavior. He failed me. Your intervention brought his failings to light, so I suppose I owe you thanks. Fear with Siren. Sons and daughters of Stalwart, take down these would-be saviors who would sell you out for petty vengeance. Let us restore this country on our terms. Signals to attack. Let's go. It's time, baby. It's time. Where you at, dude? Barrack, let's go. Can't get through there. These guys are good. Come over here. Piece of cake. Piece of cake. Siren. False Pit. Arentis. We will also bring her up.
Send me your chat.
Fine. Do this. You're going here. What else is happening here? Did he get that off? Yeah, he got that off. Toss that. What did she get cast? Did she get that off? She sure did. Here. Blammo. Right here. More fire. Right here. Meh. Do this. Right here. Come on, buddy. Nope. Get wrecked, dude.
Can't do that.
Wait. Oh, okay. Knock that down then. That die? Sick. Right here.
eyes.
Oh, nice, dude. That hits way back. Oh my god, dude. That is awesome. Wow, I had no idea, dude. Oh, wow. Awesome. Here we go. Oh, we're really getting some stuff going now. This is pretty nuts. Get up. Bro, this NPC is in my way. But what are you doing? Still casting stuff? Get your booty up here.
Out?
Oh, dead. Get wrecked. Oh my glob, dude. We just slaughtered these fools. Arantis was a good officer. Dang his eyes. We served together for a long time. It's too bad he got caught up in the country's old sense of honor and lost sight of what's important, survival. We would have served the chorus better alive. It's a pity. One more corpse to step over on our journey to greatness. Let's go. That's not how I would have seen it, but I suppose you're right. We couldn't take back Stalwart on our own. There needed to be compromise, sacrifice. Mattias looks to the fallen bodies with sorrow. I'll go with you to tell the gang boss who's been hounding us that we're willing to join now. He swallows. In spite of everything, I hope we don't lose ourselves in their ranks. I hope Stalwart, he trails off fighting his tears. Evil! What is this? Iron dagger? Okay. Bruh. Boots. You got the boots. You take those. You take those. I read his notes. These notes are hastily scribbled and show a tenuous grip on literacy. These notes are, they describe the relentless conscription efforts of a Scarlet Chorus gang as they chase the Unbroken across the Blade Grave. The notes include many references to Dauntless, a relic sword of the Unbroken, and many ill-fated attempts to find the blade. There are some crude drawings that resemble a map of the Blade Grave, with a sword drawn on the eastern section of the old walls. Let's go, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Infested Old Walls is now unlocked on the world map. Oh, baby, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Sick. Lore weapon.
Can't do that.
Wait, what was in here? Camping supplies? I have not camped once in the game. By the way, what am I doing, dude? Learn. Learn. These will look good on you. Woo! Styling, profiling, girl. Let's go. And a new mattress, dude. You know, we got new mattresses a while back, a few years ago. It's important, dude. You spend a lot of your life sleeping, dude. A decent mattress, big. It's a huge thing, man. Nice job. You managed to get a good number of them to join, and less of them died than if we went with our usual methods. The voices of Narat include me into your mission. With Mattias absorbed into the ranks, our final prize is Amelia, the wayward daughter of Graven Ash. A low growl sounds from somewhere in Barrack's armor. You keep your hands off the Archon's daughter, wretched thing. Sentinel Stand is the seat of the old stalwart regent. The ruling power of the realm. Amelia hasn't been seen since the second year of the conquest. If she's alive and in Stalwart, I wager she's there. Since Mattias knows the region, I'll have him meet you there to go over your next move. He grins. I'll send him with a chorus escort so he gets properly welcomed into the ranks, if you get my meaning. I'll cooperate under one condition. I want to get inside Sentinel's stand and kill the last regent. His downcast gaze lifts with a modicum of hope. We fought for vengeance against Stratus Herodin and the end of this edict. Even if I no longer raise my sword under an unbroken banner, I would see our work done before I succumb to the chorus. Jagged Remedy, do you concur? The Voices of Nerat doesn't want this edict ended for now, at least. Things may change after the war, but in the meantime, we want Stratus Harridan alive. He sighs and offers a conciliatory wave. I'm not in the habit of bowing to demands, but we also need to reach Sentinel Stand to fetch Ash's wayward cub. Mattias, if you cooperate, then I'll allow you to join the operation. And then it's settled. Once we breach Sentinel Stand and oust the old regent from power, I'll submit to the Voices of Nerat. Meet me at the wind wall outside Sentinel Stand. It's important that you see what we're up against before we decide the next steps. Subject aspires. Based on what you've told me, it seems a stretch to believe these events are more coincidence or circumstance. Kyros' edict of execution was a setup for someone to claim Ascension Hall. To think that Kyros did not know what would happen is a massive underestimation of the Overlord's long view. You have been thrust into the arena of the mighty. Your options are retreat into obscurity, suicide, or rising to the occasion. I suggest the third option. If I were you, I would use my connection to the spires to see if they will all awaken to my presence. Every Tearsman sees the spires in the horizon. If they know you are the master of the spires, they will see you each time they look to the sunrise or sunset. Foster a reputation for power. Make others fear you. This is what I've seen Kyros and every living Archon do for as long as I've lived, and there's reason for this. There's the practical case that power and reputation insulate you from threats. But there's the lesser-known element that I can't prove, but I know in my heart to be true. The fear and love of others will strengthen your magic. This last part I've inferred from my discussions with Bled and Mark. In the few times he has spoken of his gruesome work of slaying those who might rise to threaten the Overlord, he has hinted that it's easier to kill the rogue elements before they become famed and fearsome. In my lifetime, I saw Graven Ash change from an unknown militiaman to a fearsome general. I can assure you, he did not have the power to shield his warriors in those days, when he was without title or reputation. The Archons will never ever discuss the origin of their power, because such knowledge might be used against them. But I have known all the Archons to be obsessed with the presentation of power. Your connection to the spires will all but guarantee the Archons will want to control and destroy you. It's a question of when, not if. Start thinking and acting like an Archon, and as far as I'm concerned, you are an Archon. The Archon of the Spires. We are quick to place labels on powers we easily spot, and history is replete with Archons of fire and ice. It is foolish to think that there must be a word for a thing before an Archon can control it. Other way around. The Archons show us what is possible, and we must step to their dance. Myothis. Ask about Bled and Mark's killings. Send it. Let's go. What do we get here? Oh my glob, dude. Rapid casting. Removes the recovery time after casting material, force, and guarded form spells. Adds the marked affliction to spells. Dude, we're getting all kinds of cool stuff. Let's go. All kinds of cool stuff, man. What was the eastern section of the old walls? Blade Grave. Sorry. Right here, maybe? Legendary Sword of the Unbroken, yeah. That's what we're going to do next. That's what we're going to do next. One second. What the poops, dude? Yeah. Yeah. 1 second, guys. Okay. Okay. Hang with me for a second. I'm gonna call it for today. I know we're just now at 7 hours. We usually go at 8 to 9, but man, I'm spent. I'm just super tired today, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it for today. But I would like to throw a raid over to Lander. He's been working a lot here lately. He hasn't gotten to stream too much. He's playing XCOM too, and which is a great game. And he came through earlier today and threw a sub our way. Has been a huge supporter of our community and this channel from the very get-go of us, of me starting to stream at the beginning of last year. And is just an amazing individual, a great video game player, a great person. And I would like to just, raid Lander real quick. And if you're not familiar with Lander, please follow. He does not get into stream as much as he used to, but because he's been working so much, but he has great content and he's just an awesome individual. And so if we could show a little bit of love, just hang out and check out his content and throw a follow, I would really appreciate it. Everybody, before we head over to Lander's channel, let me say thank you to everybody, as always, for being here, being part of what we do. Shout out to Lander for the 3-month sub today. Thanks so much, buddy. I know he's not here; he's streaming right now, but I'm still going to say thank you, everybody that's part of what we do here in this amazing community. You guys are amazing, and I can't thank you enough. Thanks, Metal Dude. No, I have so much fun doing this, man, and hanging out with you guys every day. I'll feel better tomorrow. It was a long night last night, man, and I'm a bit spent today. 7 hours feels really good. I need to rest up a little bit. I'm feeling pretty rough today. So we'll go raid Lander. Everybody, stay healthy, stay safe, be kind to one another. Cool. Thank you so much for being a part of what we do here. I'll continue to do everything I can to make this an entertaining, engaging, fun place for all of us to hang out and enjoy video games together. Cool. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock a.m. Central North American time with more of our Tyranny playthrough. I'm loving it. I'm having a blast. It's a lot of fun. And I hope to see everybody tomorrow morning. Hold on real quick, and we will go raid Lander. Okay? Here we go. About 5 seconds, we're gonna head over there and say hey to our buddy. I appreciate everybody being here. You're awesome. Thank you for sticking around and showing some love to Lander. I'll see everybody tomorrow, okay? Thanks so much, guys.